Ladies and gentlemen and children of all ages, good morning and welcome to the Jeev Milkha Singh Invitational 2022 presented by Take. We are live at the Chandigarh Golf Club and I am your host Shaurya Singh, joined by my co-host Rahul Bajaj, as we will be taking you through this exciting journey of the final day's action. Leading the tournament right now is Jeev Milkha Singh, champion, the 10-time champion on the Asian Tour. Following him is the young, hungry player Karandeep Kochar, who's also a winner on the PGTI, multiple winner, and Chika Rangappa, the player from Bengaluru, also has enjoyed a lot of success on tour. Followed by Abhijit Chadda, the local star, at fourth position, 11 under par. The long-hitting Abhijit Chadda is definitely going to contend today and be a force to reckon with. And the top 10, the other players who are rounding up the top 10: Amrit Lal, Akshay Sharma, Jamal Hussain from Bangladesh, Khalid Joshi, Rahil Ganji, Shamim Khan, and Rashid Khan. All of them tied at 5 under. But you believe me that you have 6 or 7 players tied at 8 under par. So it's going to be an interesting day, Rahul. What are your thoughts?
Absolutely. Looking forward to the scintillating golf that we're looking forward to today. We've got Gaganjeet Bhullar at 14 under, 2 players trailing him by just 1 shot, Karandeep Kochar and Chika Rangappa. So be sure to see a fest of birdies out there at the Chandigarh Golf Club today. Of course, an iconic event like this deserves a fest of birdies. So looking forward to all of that. Abhijit Singh Chadda at 11 under par, even though he's 3 shots adrift, he though is in a pretty good position to still challenge the leader. As we take a look now at the first tee box, we've got the 9 a.m. tee time. Aman Raj playing alongside local lad Amrit Lal as well as Akshay Sharma.
This is game number 7. Tee of order: Aman Raj, Amrit Lal, Akshay Sharma.
And his customary hat, always looking distinct with that kind of attire and a flashy t-shirt to boot. He's got a lot of style, got a lot of substance.
He manages to stand out with his golf game as well. Hits the ball really high. Has also shown some really solid performances, in fact, in India as well as on the Asian Tour and the Asian Development Tour. He's been going out and plying his trade in the other countries as well.
I really do like his style, though. I admire the attention to detail. Look at those shoes. I like everything about this player.
You really love those shoes, don't you?
Absolutely, I'm gonna get me a pair soon.
Although they don't seem to have the same novelty factor as they used to back in the day, these days they seem to be an off-the-rack option.
All right. You don't need to stand out. Maybe just blend in with a different style.
Unless and until you want to put up a straw hat, just like Aman Raj or something to that
I
effect.
don't know if I could pull it off as well as Aman does, as we have a look at
Amrit Lal.
the distinct swing of Amrit Lal.
Amrit Lal, who's put in rounds of 69, 68 and 71 to be at a total figure of 8 under par.
Almost feels like he gives it a baseball whack the way he stays behind and he uses his hands. Very distinct swing. Have a look at this downswing from here on.
Absolutely. He tries to cut across it with his arms while picking the club up. Sort of very unorthodox fashion, keeps the arms away from the body. Usually you'd see most of the players keep their arms pretty close to their body while they're swinging. Amrit Lal, though, is an exception and makes the most of it. As we take a look now at Akshay Sharma, and who needs no introductions, winner on the PGT of India. It's a nice baby fade. Should be easy for him to get here into the fairway.
Winner on this particular golf course, I believe, back in the day. Really suits his game. He's a local player and he likes to work the ball left to right.
Home course also, so that can also
I
add
think he
an
just
advantage.
took Aman Raj's shoes.
Oh, did he? Well, let me hit my tee shot and then, okay, fine, you can wear these now and you can take your tee shot.
2 different approaches. You saw Aman Raj going with the recipe, actually going with the driver.
So I think players who are able to, cut the golf ball conveniently. Akshay can manipulate his driver to various yardages, which I've noticed when I've played with him, and that's something of an advantage that he can use over here. Aman Raj probably just going straight up at that tree, right in line with where Akshay is right now, and you could go down that line about 250 yards and still not run out of fairway. So Akshay taking the approach where he can get closer to the green, while Aman, of course, putting up a shot which does not require manipulations. Really, the pin is perched up towards the front of the green here on the first hole. got the pin in the middle actually at 26 yards inside and 6 from the left. First hole is a par 4 here at the Chandigarh Golf Club. Dog leg to the right, sharp dog leg. In fact, you can tell that's Aman Raj's tee shot that you can probably see behind Kshitij Naved Kaul on our screens right now. Kshitij Naved Kaul, who's become synonymous with being India's own Bryson DeChambeau. First hole panning over 416 yards with a stroke index of 11. So no easy hole this.
Plays a lot longer than the yardage because the way it is set up, you can't really hit a driver all out. You're having to lay up to a certain position and then sort of go prioritize the second shot from there.
Absolutely, and Shaurya, I don't know about you, but I kind of find golf courses which sort of challenge you a slight bit in terms of placing the golf ball in a position to be able to hit a second shot and get an angle into the green. I find those holes really, really challenging as well as interesting to play. I seldom is it that I like holes which are straight up, So I think that sort of maneuvering of the golf ball is something that I enjoy. In fact, that's probably the reason why I enjoy Royal Calcutta Golf Club a lot. You have to maneuver pretty much every tee shot over there and place your golf ball. Otherwise, you could actually have very tough shots into the greens.
I think that basically shows you that you're the classical golfer. You like to work the ball. You're like a little bit like Sevi Ballesteros. You have that flair for moving the ball both ways. You don't like it easy,
funny you say that.
And it's not going to be easy today for these players, especially for the eventual champion, because there is a pack of hounds at deep under par rounds, and it's going to be very, very difficult for the lion to emerge from this pack. It's a big fight in the jungle today.
Well, definitely is. We've got Chikka and Bhullard, who are both Asian Tour players now, and Kochar and Abhijit Singh Chadha, who are from the Chandigarh Golf Club, and they are looking to win their Idols hosted event. So that's going to be definitely a big fight happening out there on the golf course. And like my co-commentator Shaurya always matches it all up with boxing. I think who's in the red corner is who's in the blue corner today. A couple of corners though, four of them.
Well, you rightly said it. It is a match. It is a boxing match. But currently, the thing is that there are just so many heavyweight champions. Even to enter the ring, I think the ring will open on the back nine for the blue and the red corner. Currently, they're just qualifying rounds that who's going to get into that final bout. I think it's definitely Gaganjeet Bhullard is not going to budge from one of the corners, and somebody else will have to really push that man to enter that ring.
So interestingly, what you're saying is that the front line is going to be more like a knockout game where one or two of the players might fizzle out, and then we go into the back nine where the actual matches will begin.
I think this tournament is going to be one of the most exciting out of the recent editions because you're having so many red numbers. Just look at that leaderboard. It's peppered all throughout. You have, believe you me, 20 players within 8 shots of the lead. And if you want to narrow it down further, you have 12 players within 6 shots. So it's not going to be that easy. It's not going to be a straightforward walk for Gaganjeet Bhullard. He'll really have to earn it today.
There's no doubt that he will have to earn it. Any of the players over here who is going to win this tournament is going to have to earn it. And as we take a look now on our screens was the 9:10 tee time, which was Jamal Hussain Molla, Rahil Gangji and Khalin Joshi. As we are back to the 9 a.m. tee time, which has now made its way into the fairway. As you can tell, Amrit Lal's driver actually is slightly shorter than Aman Raj's hybrid club. And that just goes to show that, probably Amrit isn't a short hitter by any means, though, but he would have probably tried to place his golf ball with his driver and, sort of maneuver the ball and hit it softly instead of what Aman Raj did was probably a full-blown hybrid club.
Yeah, I think it's obviously a lot of positioning on this first hole. Players, akin to baseball, try to just bunt it out there, maybe just get something out to about 250, 260. They probably swing at 70% of full strength. So it's a lot about the way one swings.
Absolutely. Amrit Lal now for his second shot, starting the day at 8 under par for the tournament.
It's perfect position though.
Absolutely, but it looks like he's got probably like a 7-iron in to this flag location. 26 in from the front edge today is this flag. Pretty much a birdieable flag location though.
It's just a long shot. Oh, brilliant camera work there. We can trace that ball like an eagle. That is
it's a pretty good shot there.
High.
Drawing there from the right side, although it's come up about 20 feet short off the hole. Aman Raj. One of the reasons as a commentator, I think Aman Raj is an absolute pleasure because you can tell him from afar. You don't really need to worry about who's there on our screens. Thank you, Aman, for that kind gesture of yours by putting on that hat as we take a look at what Aman's going to do over here. Can he make it into an exciting birdie on the first itself?
That'll be a brilliant start if you can start with the birdie. Aman Raj is at 7 under par. We are trying to scan for the ball.
Anytime now.
Going once, going twice. I think we'll just try and figure it out. Maybe it's in the hole. You never know.
Well, we would have seen a lot of roar there in the fairway if it was Akshay Sharma lasering that flag location, getting the exact yardage in. Like Akshay also is in the fairway. Players playing a preferred lie this week here at the Chandigarh Golf Club, the Jeev Milkha Singh Invitational 2022 presented by Take. The conditions on the golf course are pretty good, though the fairway is still requiring some of preferred lies owing to the rains that probably happened the end of last week.
Yes, anytime you have any inundations or anything that is sort of, the perfect texture has been disturbed by rains or the elements, then the professionals are given the benefit in order to get a flat lie each and every time. Let's see if Akshay can make the most of that lie.
Yeah, looks like a pretty good golf shot there up in the air. Superb camera work there. What a brilliant shot there by Akshay Sharma. Really using that laser work to his benefit, didn't he?
Camera work and that golf shot, both toe in toe. That's amazing.
That's probably an 8 or a 7 iron there from that distance.
I think that's a lot shorter, to be honest. He cut that driver. If you can see that 150-yard marker, yeah. So maybe more like it could be 138, 39.
Yes, but 26 inside. So that's probably playing like a 160 or a 165-yard shot for him at this juncture. And whichever club he hit, probably whichever club it was, it was the perfect one. Dead where it needed to be. There we have now Bangladesh's Jamal Hussain Mola playing at 9:10 a.m. with Rahil Gangji and Khalin Joshi.
Jamal has only been dealing in red numbers for quite a while now. Let's see if he can pull out a rabbit out of the hat today. He really needs to do that. Maybe shoot a 5 or 600 and win this tournament. He's really been there for quite a while now. Needs to get that monkey off his back. Has been a regular face in the top 10 and top 5.
Body language seemed pretty positive there. Jamal happy with that tee shot with his 3-wood on the first. Rahil Gangji also going with a fairway medal here. And now a regular on the Asian Tour and the Japan Golf Tour is Rahil. Busy schedule for him. Coming out to play his friend's golf tournament here at the Jeev Milkha Singh Invitational. Very a body swinger is Rahil, where he turns his body hard to get that speed going. Not really a hands-oriented player. Khalin Joshi now from Bangalore. Very a strong ball striker is Khalin Joshi. Really puts a penetrating ball flight out there with pretty much all of his clubs. Nice and happy group there today. Rahil Gangji and Khalin Joshi, of course, share a very strong friendship. And Jamal Hussain Mola, who's no stranger to them. Friendly guy overall, just Jamal, a very affable personality. So we take a look now at hole number 1. We have Amrit Lal putting for birdie here. Akshay Sharma with just inside of 3 feet here on the first for birdie. Amrit Lal getting within tap-in distance, although he's marked his golf ball as might step into Akshay's line while trying to tap it in. Aman Raj has found himself just on the left side of the flag. Unfortunately, we weren't able to see his golf ball earlier, but here we are now. Aman Raj cleaning up there for his par. Akshay Sharma trying to make an early move there on the leaderboard. Currently at a tie for 5th position, is at a score of 8 under par. Players do get another birdie opportunity here on the second hole itself. So this could be a strong start for Akshay Sharma. Capitalizing on the first and the second could just change his position completely going into the next 16 holes. Akshay Sharma for birdie on the first. No trouble there for him. Moves to 9 under par and solo at 5th position now. 2 shots shy of Abhijit Singh Chadha at 4th position. Amrit Lal, another local Chandigarh lad who's been taking his game from strength to strength over the past year or so. We've been seeing some solid finishes from him of late. Amrit closing in with a par on the first hole. On our screens now is Shamim Khan, who's playing today alongside Abhijit Singh Chadha and Rashid Khan. So we take a look now at Rahil Gangji coming up from the fairway here on the first hole. And Rahil get it up close and personal with the hole location. 26 in from the front edge today. Very much a birdieable opportunity here on the first. And players who are trying to win really want to capitalize on this first hole and the second as well so that they can get into a solid start. And Rahil putting himself well within 10 feet for a birdie here on the first hole itself. Colin Joshi, who's found himself just beyond Rahil's golf ball. We're looking to emulate that golf shot by Rahil just now.
Colin seems to be in perfect position there.
Absolutely is, and he's just seen a great golf shot from Rahil, and that should probably pep him up a little bit to hit one himself.
That extra compression is going to help on this one. As they say, float like a butterfly, sting like a bee. As soft as a butterfly with short legs. Look at that ball falling down, stops within a yard.
Rashid Khan on the first tee now, playing alongside Shamim Khan and Abhijit Singh Chadha. All three players in that group have found the putting surface on the first hole. Kalin Joshi and Jamal Hussain Mola as well as Rahil all with birdie opportunities here on the first hole, trying to make an early move there. Akshay Sharma has already made his own early move with birdie on the first.
Rashid Khan looks as nonchalant as you can imagine. It doesn't quite look like you're playing a final day of a tournament and you're contending. He's very relaxed, and I think that's one of the keys to success. He backs himself. He takes it very easy and does his preparation. We never really see any stern look on his face. It's always the same, relaxed. Obviously, there is a high expectation that he has of himself. But I should say that if you look back at Indian professional golf, this man definitely is one of the most talented players that we've seen. You look at his diminutive physicality, you would not imagine that this man can hit the ball, well over 300 yards and has this kind of a devastating golf game. Believe me, there's a lot of strength in that wiry frame, very athletic, likes to play a lot of cricket, and I know that he has that similar aggression in cricket, and I've seen him hoist sixes over mid-on and mid-off as well when we were playing, so, he's very good sportsman.
Right, I must mention that Rashid is one of the most flexible persons that I've ever seen. And, he's got a lot of arm strength and arm speed, which he actually utilizes very well to hit that ball quite far. And he can launch that driver way up in the air and fly it good, easy 290, 300 yards at times. And there we have now Rashid Khan going with a fairway medal here on the first.
Also has that winner's mentality. I've also seen that in cricket.
Absolutely. I think that's the most important thing that any player must have.
I've seen him going. I think he was going for an Asian Tour event. This is a story from maybe a few years ago, about 2 years ago, 3 years ago maybe. He was the week after he was going for a big Asian Tour event, and he was playing cricket with us. And he, on a hard ground, he took a diving catch and fell on his shoulder, and as if nothing happened. I said, "Why are you risking it? You have a tournament." That anything I do it all out. So
that's amazing. That's a great mindset, isn't it?
Yeah, that's the attitude of a champion. And speaking of one champion, you have a look at the career money leader.
Shameem Khan, a lot to learn from.
Really, that's another man who just looks like he's going for a relaxed walk. Look at that narrow stance and easy swing.
Absolutely. You really can't tell that he's going to go out there and shoot a 67, can you? But he does. Most of the times he steps out onto the golf course.
I've played a few professional tournaments with them. I remember back in the day, maybe almost 12 years ago, we were playing at BPGC Bombay, and that's one of my better finishes. I remember one of the few top tens that I've had, and I was paired with him on the final day. I think on the penultimate day, and I saw Abhijit Chadda now back to. We'll talk about Shameem in a bit. He's going with a 4-iron, I think.
Chadda's going with a 2-iron, so driving iron that he used also on the.
I think I need to get my eyes checked and look like a 4 to me.
He used that on the 9th hole too yesterday. So that's probably a 250-yard club for him. He's a big hitter of the golf ball. Really gets after it.
Coming back to the story that I was telling you, I saw Shameem the whole day, and I was like, okay, this guy's a good player. I want to learn a thing or two. When you play with him, nothing will really strike you out of the ordinary. But when you realize after 18 holes, he doesn't get into that much trouble. He keeps it straight, hits the fairways, hits about 13, 14 greens. That is what golf is all about. Not many people do that. It's very consistent. And what on the 18th hole, I remember he reached the green in 2, using some sort of mid-iron. The pin, BPGC was at the back right. He was at the front left. He had to putt maybe about all of 50 feet on those slick greens, and he hold that. And I was in awe. The way he hold it, he almost walked it in. So I think that is his X factor, that he makes the game look easy.
Kalin Joshi closing in with a par on the first hole, a tap in left over for him to have closed that. As we look at the other players now, Shameem Khan, of course, is one of the best players that we have been able to see and interact with. Rahil Gangji for a birdie here on the first hole. Well within 10 feet is Rahil.
Rahil was a national swimmer back in the day.
Look at that. Rahil Gangji also making an early move, now up to 9 under par after the first hole.
Freestyling to a birdie then.
Easy peasy there for Rahil.
So you can see he takes his fitness seriously. Has a lot of very good fast twitch muscle fibers. He's one of those guys who could probably run 100-meter and also hit the ball long.
Also nice to see the camaraderie there between Rahil and Cullen. They're, of course, good friends, as I know of them. But, the fact that as competitors on the golf course, you do go out there and fist bump one another and, sort of encourage each other.
Were you like
make
that?
A few birdies.
Were you encouraging?
I think I was a very quiet golfer. I have no idea whether I encouraged or not. I think only my fellow players will be able to tell that.
Or were you setting up landmines for the others?
Couldn't think that far, could I? We have Mohammad Jamal Hussain Mola from Bangladesh. That'll be an unfortunate miss there on the first for Jamal. Looks like a bit of a wake-up call there. Probably missed his caffeine shot this morning. Chada seems to have pulled his 2-iron into the left rough. Should be no trouble though. He's just in a little bit of thick stuff. Chada has power and the prowess to take it on as we take a look at Gaganjeet Bhullar, 10-time Asian Tour winner, 10-time PGTI Tour winner at 14 under par.
What is he thinking? He's deep in thought at this point in time. Some sort of mental visualization is the eye of the tiger. The king of the fight. It looks like that. Definitely thinking about what he has to do the day ahead as we have a look at Abhijit.
Chadal appears like he's going with an 8-iron there. It's really completely just a guesswork from my end here.
Considerable rough, to be honest. It's the first time I've seen it. It must be like more than about 3 or 4 inches.
Absolutely, it's probably more than 4 inches.
Seems
He's shoe deep into it.
Yes, the ball's not visible, but here's where all that strength is going to come really in handy.
Looks like he's done a pretty good job of it.
That's
Amazing. That's a
shot.
pretty good golf shot there by Abhijit Singh Chadda on the first, coming off that thick stuff. He will be on the left edge of the green. Should be potable from there. As we now have Shamim Khan taking it on. Nice and easy, gentle swing. The thing about Shamim is that, like you said earlier, he'll keep hitting the fairway, he'll keep hitting the green. Probably just put it at 20 feet all day long, and that's kind of the game he plays. And, he'll just keep putting it out there at 15, 20 feet over and over again. And he will be so patient through the round to sort of, wait for those birdies to fall. And I've noticed that so many times. Sometimes you just feel like, the guy isn't doing anything fancy. When he signs the scorecard, it says 69, 68, 67. You're just baffled what happened there.
Exactly.
There we have now Rashid Khan coming up onto the first from the fairway.
That's a brilliant shot. Scrolling a little bit to about 20 feet. Coming back to your point about not showing effort, I think, the best players in the world, you can draw an analogy. They're like ducks. Now you might ask me, why ducks?
I didn't ask you. I don't want to know.
No, please do ask me. That's your job as a commentator. Why a duck? Because they look so graceful on the surface when they're in the water, but they're putting a lot of effort while swimming and wading through that water, which is not visible.
There we have Shamim Khan, the man who is so nonchalant about it, is the closest to the flag there, just well within 10, 12 feet to the flag for
birdie. He's the
birdie.
leading duck then.
There we have it.
8 feet for birdie. Hope he doesn't get back at me calling him a duck. That's a compliment, my friend. The first hole, definitely an easy flag stick today compared to where this flag can be put on the back right, back left, a lot more treacherous than this one. I think they're giving the players an easy start.
Well, we had one there yesterday. We're probably pretty sure the tournament director has found some other difficult positions. But the good news for the players is that the center flag location is a very birdieable opportunity on the first itself. The second hole today, also 14. yards from the front edge and 8 from the left, 8 from the right side is also very much a birdieable opportunity. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised to see a lot many more eagles there on the second hole today, as players can also use that backstopper, which is the slope in the middle of the green, to stop the ball pretty close to the flag. So that could actually act as a big advantage for the long hitters, as they could make some moves, and that basically gets Abhijit Singh Chadha right up there in that.
Yes, this is going to be a mouth-watering prospect today, especially this final group. What a dynamic group. I say a very good mix of experience and youth. It's the kind of group that you want to see in the final day. And a lot of local flavor as well. Currently would have a lot of support here. So would Gaganjeet. Gaganjeet would have support all over the country. Chika Rangappa, what a fantastic player. What a story. Coming from nothing and, rising up through the ranks, starting out from humble backgrounds. Then, his friend and mentor, Anirban Lahiri, both of them playing a lot of golf together. And, Chika going on to emulate and do great things in his own right. While Anirban is flying the flag high in America and on the PGA Tour and then the Live Tour and so on and so forth. So it's just fantastic to see this kind of growth story.
Absolutely. In fact, there's been a lot of discussion of late, at least, in my circles, that the fact that a lot of people need idols and people to look up to. And I feel like, one thing is having an idol to look up to, and then on the other hand, actually having an idol who is also a close friend of yours. It's such a great mix to have, because at the end of the day, you could get to learn so much, be it from your casual golf round, be it from your friendly banters outside of the golf course. There's just so much more than meets the eye when you want to play professional sport. As we take a look at Karandeep Kochar, ready with his fairway medal here, trying to make a move there on Gaganjeet Bhullar.
Leaning behind, it's something that you don't see all that weight. Looks like it's on the right foot. It's just so unique, and especially the way it's a little flexed as well. The left leg seems to be straighter, so but gets through the ball really well, really clears that body to the left side, and that's why he's so consistent.
Incidentally, there's been a lot of talk about matchups in a golf swing, and that's one of the things that Karandeep does very well. He stacks it up on the right side, and thereafter he has a lot of movement laterally towards his left, which actually helps him to clear up, and so that right side, stack up really doesn't matter, because by the time of impact, he is down onto his left side. Chikarangappa.
Talking about matchups, it's going to be a matchup for the ages, my friend.
Absolutely will be. Chika also looking for a win here, of course. So are the others.
It'll be really interesting to see the ball striking competition between Chika, Gaganjeet Bhullar, and Karandeep. It's just going to be mouth-watering, this prospect. Very good swing. Strong athlete is Chika Rangappa. Look at that. Generating a lot of speed. For all of you who are joining us, you can follow these players on Instagram. They're putting up their workout stories and so on and so forth. Very interesting to see their journey and how that does progress. Now you have the leader, Gaganjeet Bhullar. Going with the fairway medal as well.
Gaganjeet also, I've noticed, can sort of ease down that golf swing whenever he wants to, and I think that is definitely a trait of a good player. To be able to chop down some yards of the golf ball, just like he did over here. Didn't really give it a full throttle, did he?
I think he's always had that sort of three-quarter swing. I remember having a lot of conversation, both of us have played a lot of golf with him, and obviously that physique and that build affords him that, he has that strength, and he says, I don't want to go all out unless I really have to unleash a big drive. I like to go at about 90%. And what that does, he's always in control and puts a lot of compression with those three-quarter shots. Everything is a good compressed shot. So he's always playing within himself unless he really needs to unleash a drive. And he's perfected that to an art. Very good ball striker. Back in the day, I remember we used to try and emulate him. He was a phenomenal ball striker. Even as juniors, he was just a head and shoulders above the rest of the field.
Chadha seems to have left a little bit of work there for himself from the left to the right. His ball is about 3 feet short of the hole. His first putt. Absolutely. In fact, what you mentioned there about 90%. In fact, there were a lot of talk that I've had with coaches, with players, and figured out many years ago that players are mostly swinging somewhere between 75 and 80% through the day, only until maybe one of the holes where there might be some more firepower required off the tee boxes, where they'll probably pull that one out of the hat. That's an unfortunate miss there for Abhijit Singh Chadda on the first hole, dropping a shot early on in the day with that pretty good second approach here towards the green. That'll take Abhijit down to 10 under par.
Back here to hole number two. Right. It's going to be an interesting shot. Will require a deft touch here from Amrit Lal. A very hands-oriented short game as well, but works to perfection. So that should be a birdie for Amrit, and that should move him to 9 under par. So he's very much in the mix of things. So gone a little bit under the radar, but he'll definitely get the work done. This flag here, front right, I think the first two holes, now being very benevolent to the players. Maybe the tournament committee is going to keep the sting for later in the day. The first two holes, flag pin positions are just perfect for these players to attack. Front right for a lot of the long hitters and even the medium hitters on this hole. This is definitely a birdie hole, if not an egan hole. A lot of the players can get there with irons. The longer players we saw yesterday hitting 5 or 6 irons. As we have a look at Rahil in the background. So Rahil would maybe have about all of 190, maybe 185, 195 yards to this front right flag. As you can see him in the foreground, and that means 5 irons. So, and given where the flag is, you can actually be aggressive. It can go up that slope and roll back. So I expect to maybe see at least one eagle in one of these groups. What do you think, Rahul?
Absolutely. I will not be surprised at all, especially where this flag location is. A lot of players can actually, a lot of players will get about a 4 iron or a 5 iron. And even a player with a hybrid in could actually use that backstopper to his advantage. In fact, if you pitch it on around the center green, and if that ball runs up slightly onto that little mound, and it will always come back funnel towards that whole location. So it definitely does add the charm over there. And I think that's a very well-placed flag location. So if someone is on top of their game, could actually take big advantage over here.
Yeah, this is where good ball striking can really be rewarded. I think the first few holes, the first hole, the third hole, the fourth hole, and normally difficult holes.
Aman Raj, probably a birdie there for him on the second hole.
Stylish Aman Raj with his shades, the hat, the ensemble is on song.
Absolutely. Luckily, we've just figured out they're not exchanging shoes. They're both wearing the same shoes.
I don't think the shoe would fit. The size are different. As we have a look at Chika
Rangappa coming up from the rough. Similar position as Abhijit Chadda, though a little bit further than him down the fairway. Chika seems like he's got a good line there.
Seems to have hit some sort of a high draw, but that's one of the perils of coming out of the rough. You catch a jumper, you can't quite control it, and then it's.
That's the only sort of like the downhill from that.
Can you tell our viewers what are those white lines for?
White line is actually the OB line here on this hole.
OB knee. We'll have to confirm that for you in a while, if that is the out of bounds, or maybe that's a free drop for the cart path. As we deliberate over what that is, we'll soon find out as we go back to the action with
Kocher from the fairway.
Coach Matt Karandeep Kuchar, as he's lovingly called by his friends. Similar games, good ball striking, medium length hitter, and very accurate, deadly accuracy.
Perfectly placed there. I think any uh, golfer over here in this field would actually want to be about 10 feet or so right of this hole. That would be pretty much the exact spot everyone wants to leave themselves in. Have a little bit of an uphill putt to this whole location and a good look at birdie. Not seen Gaganjeet Buller's golf ball yet. We'll soon know where it lies. Chika coming off that rough over there, couldn't quite control the spin on that golf ball. That ball just kept running. Too much grass between the club face and the ball doesn't allow the club to give enough spin on the ball, no matter how good you really catch it. The ball just drops and keeps spinning and keeps running. And the unfortunate thing about this also happens to be that it does, because of no grooves on the ball, it actually also becomes a challenge to control the direction of the ball.
There are going to be challenges aplenty as we go on to this round. I think the players need to make the most of these first few holes, especially if they have to hit the ground running. And I think that couldn't have been a better setting, especially the first and second hole, how they are playing today. I think 1 under after 2 holes is par for the course at this point in time. And this hole is playing a lot easier with the flag where it is. I would think you would not see so many bogeys on hole number 1.
Perfectly placed there by Karandeep Kochar. Gaganjeet Bhullar seems to have short-sighted himself over there, left off the green. That's going to be a tough up and down there. It will depend a lot on the lie that he gets on the ground. That ball is nestled between some thick grass like Chika's ball was just on the left of the fairway. That is definitely going to be a tough up and down from that position. Kochar, of course, has put himself into prime position over here. So we take a look now on the second hole. Jamal Hussain Mola coming up for his third shot to this whole location. Par 5, 527-yard hole. Beautifully designed dogleg to the left. That 2-tier green over here. Great shot there by Jamal Hussain, putting himself about 4 feet or 5 feet for a birdie. There's multiple ways to get this done, isn't it?
Absolutely, and I just had to clarify the question with the tournament chief tournament referee director, Mr. Sampachari. So we got clarification on hole number 1 that area is indeed a free drop. It's not a penalty drop, but there is a pump house, which is I don't think we saw it, which is a little further. That's an OB. That's a penalty area, but that cart path is a free drop. So the white line is.
So you could use that knowledge for the next round of reunion of your school days.
I hope not to be there. I hope to be on the green, and by that time I've realized now I must hone my game a little bit more after seeing these players. I want to at least better myself as we have a look at Gaganjeet Bhullar, who seems to be in a little bit of a spot of bother.
Absolutely is. This is going to be a tough shot here. Coming up, he's a little bit on the uphill over here. He will have to put enough on that ball to stop it quickly, and he has.
Oh,
that's a pretty decent shot from that location, but he will still have about 6 feet to save his par.
Can you tell us what would have happened had he hit that ball, which was Chika's ball there?
Well, that wouldn't have mattered because he was off the green.
Okay, so what would have happened in that?
So Chika's ball would be replaced to where it originally lay, and Gaganji's ball would be played from where it landed up after hitting his golf ball. Rahul Gangji on the second from that front bunker. That's not an easy shot from that front bunker. That wall is really, really tall.
Yeah, but still a little easier with that front flag, wouldn't you say so? Yes. As compared to anywhere else.
Absolutely. It definitely is easier to one of the front flags. But coming up, the bank on this front bunker on the second is quite steep. Probably almost to shoulder height for any of the players.
But not a bad place to be. You think, like, if going for this flag,
definitely not a bad place to be, but you really don't want to be too close to that front lip because it does get really steep.
All right. So don't be too close to the lip. Maybe stay closer to the shoulder, a little behind in the bunker. But I think Rahil has navigated that beautifully to perfection. He'll make another birdie, and he started his campaign on the right footing. Back to the action now. Karandeep keeps that ball a little behind his stance, and you can see that the left foot is a little behind. Open stance. Normally have the front of the feet a little flared open, but his even the front end of the feet point a little bit to his right. So it's a very different setup, even for the long game and the short game, but works to perfection. As we have a look at some of the other scores, you're seeing quick starts by a lot of the players, and it's a little surprising that a lot of them have made birdie on hole number three. And hole number three is one of the tougher par threes with that narrow kidney-shaped green. We There have been few players who've obviously found some difficulty on that green as well, but not for a host of them. Hani Besoya, Manu Gandas, Varun Parik, Om Prakash Chauhan, Yashas Chandra, all birding hole number three. In fact, Yashas birdied second and third, so he's also now in that group at 5 under par. Both Rahil and Shamim starting the day with birdies, and Rahil would most probably make a birdie in hole number two and move to 10 under par. So he's closing that gap rather quickly with the leader. As we have a look at Cullen. I'm not certain if that putt is for a birdie or an eagle. This is the path that we were referring to, that we were confused whether it's a free drop or a penalty drop, and it turns out it is a free drop on hole number one. As you see, that a lot of the fans of the game of golf, the patrons, the members, everybody coming out in full force and supporting their favorite players. I do suspect there'll be a lot of support for local boy Karandeep, and rightly so.
Whoa!
Brilliant putt right there.
That was halfway around the world, wasn't there one? Just about catching the left lip there for Colin Joshi.
I was just as we just spoke to the viewers about hole number three, seeing a lot of birdies there, Rahul, and I spoke to you about that hole. I thought that's a difficult hole, but I mean, there have been a few drop shots, but a lot of birdies and pars on that hole number three. It would be really interesting to see where the flag pin position is placed.
Make no mistake, Shaurya, these are professional golfers, some of the best in the country. The last time you played this golf course was for a reunion, my friend.
I know.
And you missed that green. You couldn't make an up and down. You made a four there. Doesn't mean it's tough for everyone.
I agree. Obviously, that's a different vantage point altogether. But I would really like to. I would really like to know where the pin position is. That's something that you can enlighten us in a bit. The pin position on hole number three is 19 and 5 from right. So that's not an easy one. That's just above that shoulder of the bunker and in the center of the green. So I think, my friend Rahul, you're right. I think that's one of the tougher pin positions on this hole. It's just adjacent to that bunker. So if you are to get close, you actually have to keep it between that 5-yard corridor between the bunker and the green. But these players are doing that with ease. Rahul Ganji moving to 10 under par as we speak.
You wouldn't know a thing or two about that, would you?
Not at all. It's like Latin to me. As Rahil with that cack-handed grip. Working to perfection, moving to double digits under par. That's how you get off to a quick start, my friends.
So, do you think players in the second leader group coming up from behind actually have a tad bit of an advantage over players who are in the leader group? especially the ones who are probably like, let's say 2 shots or so, 3 shots or so within the leader.
Yeah, that's always a common knowledge because somehow the spotlight is more on the leader group. But I think for it does matter if there's not if the leader group has a lot of players who don't have pedigree and who are not used to being in that situation, can be a little overwhelming, and then the penultimate group can really take advantage of that and get off to a quick start and put some heat. Now the players do know their scoreboards all over the golf course. They do know who's playing well, who's not, and the only person I think is really bothered because when you're the leader and when you see it go away, it can be a little stressful.
Action here at the Jeev Milkha Singh Invitational 2022 presented by Take, live from the Chandigarh Golf Club. That's Shamim Khan walking down the fairway. He's there now in 2 shots. Still has about 60 odd yards to navigate all the way up to the flag. So we take a look at the long hitters there walking down the fairway. Abhijit Chadda and Rashid Khan, who should have found themselves either on the green or just off it.
Yeah, Shamim Khan, I think that Shamim might be able to get there easily. He's not that short. He can maybe hit a driver. He would have obviously opted to lay up. He knows his strengths. But I think if he were to go for the green, he can get there with the driver and a rescue.
I think on this hole, he would be able to get there with a driver and a 3-wood. Probably didn't really get into the best of positions on the fairway with his drive, which is unlike him. But maybe it's just about that. Now he's pacing up and trying to find out where should he pitch
What
the
is he
ball.
doing right now? Can you tell our viewers why is he walking up from 40, 50 yards?
Well, he's firstly, like his caddy is looking at where can he get the easiest putt from. So that's one of the things that he's looking at as of now. And how to make that ball stop in that location is what he's looking at. He's trying to find out where should I drop the ball so that I can stop that ball in a position to be able to make a birdie from there. So it's going to be interesting.
That's us, ladies and
Oh,
gentlemen,
hello.
early in the morning.
So yes, definitely. So we'll be looking at what kind of a shot he hits up now. I think he has figured out where he has the easiest putt from, and that really that is sort of like that's the strategy on a golf course, right? So one thing is to hit a shot, and let's say if Shamim hits the shot about 5 feet left of the hole and leaves it over there pin high to that location, he's going to have a downhill left to right putt, right?
What do you think, from, sorry to interject there, but like from 40, 50 yards, you really, I mean, aren't you just going for the hole from there? Like,
Well, so definitely you are going for the hole, but from there, right? As we can tell that
I think you're
Shamim
definitely not hoping for that.
is definitely not. I think looks like he might have overdone that a little bit.
Yeah, there's definitely,
We've definitely seen way better from Shamim, haven't we? Especially in that short game area.
was that Rashid?
Now Rashid is coming up from the right side of the green. He's finding out now where he wants that golf ball. Rashid's actually in a pretty commanding position because if that lie is fine, he can actually get enough spin on that golf ball as the entire green will look uphill to him.
Yeah, and he also has that that motion where his hands are quick and he can generate that spin from around the greens. But that was a very underwhelming shot from Shamim Khan, to be honest. With all that preparation, I think sometimes you over prepare and under deliver. That can happen in this game of golf. It does happen when you're trying to be too perfect and think too much. And I would know that get paralysis by analysis.
Absolutely. I think Chadda has also put himself in a good position just on the edge of the green. I'm surprised, though, that he's taken a wedge. Maybe that's just how he feels good about it right now.
He's been given the go ahead by his co-player.
Chadda, quite a quick player. He has always been that way.
I think it also helps that you hit the ball 350 yards. You're hitting fewer shots, hit and move on. Maybe this can go in the hole now.
In fact,
He's tracing just about.
he'd be about 6 feet past the hole there, but should be fine. He'll have a right left uphill putt up there for his buddy on the second hole after that little bit of a hiccupy drop shot on the first. News flows in. Shamim Khan has actually made a birdie on the first hole and moved himself up to 9 under par. And there we have Rashid putting in enough spin on that golf ball. Will have a left to right putt about 4 feet away from the hole now for his birdie on the second. Shamim Khan there eyeing his putter. His caddy is telling him that that putt's going to break a lot from the left, and it is going to break a lot from the left, especially towards the end. There's a huge slope on that left side that is going to play its part in getting that ball towards the hole. Shamim will have to play this more of a dying kind of a putt to this whole location. Has he got enough speed on that? What a birdie there for Shamim Khan. Clearly, he doesn't need to put it into 3 feet to the hole.
That's what I was talking about. Unassuming.
Stellar stuff there by Shamim Khan, starting with 2 birdies back to back.
Made it look easy. That was a curl, a little bit of a twist in the tail right at the end and right in the center. What I really like about his putting style is the speed control. Abhijit would dearly like to make this one as well. Oh, unfortunate miss right there. That was a good chip shot. Not the best of putts. Should have tugged it a little bit. So Abhijit would start with a bogey and a par. So yeah, not the kind of start that he was hoping for. Rashid now for his birdie.
Rashid making no mistake there. Makes a birdie there on the second hole with that stellar up and down coming up from the right side of the green.
Now first look at hole number 8, the par 3, the birdieable par 3.
That is the 8th hole. Very well a birdieable hole location today, but does get difficult to sort of attack this left side flag. That's Arjun Singh, veteran golfer, who is making his on strides up that leaderboard, has put in some good work over the last couple of days. Starting this tournament with a 76, but then moving on and shooting rounds of 67 and 68, now to be at 4 under par for the tournament. So just about making the cut with that 67 in the second round, 76-67 to make a cut at the number.
Really showing some of that fine form.
Playing alongside Yuvraj Singh Sandhu today. Number 2 on the order of merit this year.
It's a very nice group. Yuvraj can learn a thing or two about good golf from this man right here. He's been around the tour for quite a while. He's been a winner, has been a very good player. I think as far back as I can remember, he's always been using that ping putter. Or is that
That's an Odyssey putter, if I'm not wrong. He's been using that for a very long time, as you were right, but it's not a ping putter, it's an Odyssey putter.
Remember, he was always using those similar clubs and that hoofer bag. That's what you can always remember about this player. In fact, my first professional tournament, I remember playing alongside him. So it was a special memory to get to play with this fantastic player in my first event at Delhi Golf Club. I remember back in the day. UV on hole number 8 doesn't look too happy. Yuvraj Singh, level par for the day and 5 under for the tournament. So he's not going to win this tournament by the looks of it, but we're looking to make some birdies. Now this is where the interesting action is at. Hole number 2, we can have a look at Karandeep Kaur attacking that green with his second shot. Let's see where that ball lands up. Not quite visible. Gaganjit Bhullar has unleashed a monstrous drive on this second hole. Look how far down he is there. And if he's indeed in the first cut, he could well get a jumper. And my apologies, seems he was already hit and he's walking to his second. So I'm getting a couple of things wrong early in the morning. I think I need another shot of coffee.
Absolutely, sir. I shall organize that for you right away.
You can see that ball in the center of the fairway, a layup.
Yeah, we have the players striding down that second fairway. The leader group of the day.
I know this is the 5th edition of this event, and I'm delighted that we are where we are. So it's become one of the most sought after and acclaimed events in the Indian tour, and rightfully so. I think we have a wonderful field that's playing here, and every year we've had a great field come up. So as a sponsor, I'm delighted, and I'm also delighted to partner with Jeev in bringing this event to the PGTI calendar. I think you have to look at Jeev's stature as a sportsman in India, not only as golf. I think he's been an exemplary sportsman, an exemplary role model, and obviously as far as golf is concerned, he's the #1 name that's globally reckoned as far as Indian golf is concerned. It's very important on the standards that he's set, the way he's carried himself, besides the fact that he's played outstanding golf. I think he's been an outstanding ambassador of the country, and the way he's carried himself, that brings the stature. And that's what we want all our sportsmen to imbibe. When you look at sponsorship, you want to you look at it from your organization's perspective and understand what you want to sponsor, why you want to sponsor, and what is the longevity. So as far as Take Sports is concerned, we are very committed to the sport of golf, and we want to do what we can for the Indian professional golf. That's how I look at it when I wear the hat of a sponsor. From the hat of PGTI, it is how busy we can get the calendar to be, and how many more events we are playing, and how the prize money is going up. And I think this has been an awesome year, thanks to a lot of effort from everybody in the PGTI, led by Uttam, and support from many of us who have been able to do whatever we could.
Chickarangappa is also finding himself just short of the bunker here on the second, but can he make an eagle or not is the question at hand.
Is that an ominous sign that there is going to be an eagle? Soaring high. Pretty similar spot to where Shamim was a little while ago. Able to, one of those players again who has quick hands and can spin these around green. So let's see if he takes a more aggressive route, maybe using the backstop a little more than Shamim did. That's a brilliant shot right there. That's almost like a gimme birdie for him. Hole number 6 here, Amrit Lal is still laid up here behind the hazard. Bounding on, catching a little bit of a jumper, but I think all things considered, that's a decently good shot. In fact, that's a very good shot, giving himself an opportunity for birdie as we come back to hole number 2. Karandeep Kochar in the bunker. It's not a bad place to be at all. That steep embankment will have to be navigated, but apart from that, I think should be easy pickings for this player.
Well, brilliant shot there by Karandeep Kochar, well within inches of the hole.
Just as I predicted, what a brilliant shot by him.
Players are now allowed to, according to the rule changes in the rules of golf, are now allowed to tap down spike marks on the green so as to give them an even playing field, so to speak. So we take a look at Gaganjeet Bhullar. Bhullar, after dropping that shot on the first hole, now is in a three-way tie alongside Kochar and Chikka. Rahil Gangji and Shamim Khan, who have made their way up to 10 under par, both with birdies on the first 2 holes. Also got multiple birdie fests happening down that leaderboard. Hani Besoya, Manu Gandas making birdies on hole number 3 and 4 to be at 7 under par. Varun Parekh, after a 68 yesterday, currently at 1 under par through the first 3 holes, is also making a move there.
Gaganjeet looking rather intense.
Well, very intense he would be after that bit of a hiccup on the first hole.
Oh, unfortunate miss for him there.
That seems like a slow starter there for Gaganjeet Bhullar. Chikarangappa now putting for birdie. A lot of players using these high MOI putters these days, which face balanced, high moment of inertia there for these players. They like to keep it pretty balanced now, and these have really become the norm these days, haven't they? Almost.
That's a lot of jargon, my friend.
Well, if you remember back in the day, every player used to almost every player used to have a blade putter in their bag, but very less number of players actually play with one these days.
I think it's just because there's so much variety and choice, and when something is not working, you can try something else, and that's what golfers are always in the pursuit of excellence and more choices, the way that suit them. So obviously, I think these kind of putters are a rage now. Oh, that's
Doesn't look like it would make a good advertisement for these kind of putters, would it?
yeah. I think we've jinxed him somehow. That's rather unfortunate. It's very
I think that ball broke a little bit more than what he expected. He seems to be a little surprised with the outcome there. I think he hit a good putt on the line that he was expecting, but ball just seemed to have turned a little bit extra. The only player in this group, in the leader group, making a birdie on the second hole would be Karandeep Kochar to move into solo lead after this. As we take a look at Veer Alawat on the 8th hole.
another long hit. It's probably him and Abhijit Chadha and Khalil Joshi, the three of them, and he brought some to all pretty similar length.
Very solid shot there by Veer Alawat. Well, around 12 or 15 feet to that left side flag location here on the 8th. Not an easy flag location to get to. This one.
Also, for our viewers, what kind of swing speed do you think Veer Alawat would have on a driver, and what is the carry distance that he would have on his drives at average and peak? How much do you think? What is the variety that that he can produce in terms of his driving distance, the average carry, the speed, and how much can he actually go up to?
I'd have to excuse myself from the fact that I'm not very well adept with the speeds of golf swings, but I can assure you that Veer is around a 295 to 305 yard carry on the driver. I think he would be swinging it about 105 or so. But really, that is really an absolute approximation that I'm
105 or
making. I
maybe
do not have. I
close
don't
to-
have.
Close to 120, to be honest. Not 105.
I'm not so sure about speeds. That is really not my forte, and I'd
Okay, so,
actually be giving wrong information if I dwell too much into
So
it.
okay, let's not delve into the speed of swing because you need the correct type of equipment. But tell us, how much do you think Rory McIlroy carries the driver?
Rory carries the driver well over 300 yards.
When you say well over, what kind of
He's
range
on
are
an
we
average,
talking?
we're looking at about a 305, 306 yard carry for him.
And what would be the average for somebody like Veer?
Veer would be somewhere around the same figure. He'd be about somewhere between 295 and 305 would be his carry yardage on a regular basis. Veer can really hit it a long way. You will see that he's a tall frame. It's got wide shoulders. He's got a big arc on that golf swing, which of course is going to act as his advantage. And moreover, he really keeps a very simple golf swing, which will always help him to keep adding speed into it, as it's very close to a natural action as it can be. Yuvraj Singh Sandhu on that 9th hole with a superb chip.
Yuvraj Singh displaying speed and precision. So you're saying that Veer could be carrying as much as Rory McIlroy, close to there and thereabouts.
Absolutely, I wouldn't be
And
surprised.
even somebody like Yuvraj, for that matter. I mean, they all seem like they carry the ball at average 300, between.
You see, each player does it very differently. So, what Rory has done over the years is he's of course got a good golf swing. He gets under the golf ball and launches it up way high, and he does not have a very tall frame on him. While Veer has a tall frame on him, very simple looking golf swing, not much of movement over there. Be it movement of his center. He's just got a very clean looking left arm straight kind of a golf swing. And Yuvraj, for that matter, does the same thing with a lot of lag coming into the ball. So each player is trying to do the same thing, but very, very differently. I mean, if you look at Rashid Khan, he uses mostly the strength in his wrists and the speed of his arms to get the same sort of a result that all of these players are also getting. So each player having a very different way of doing the same thing. Right? What speed do they achieve? I'm not the right guy.
Well, we'll
Not that technical into it.
try and find a couple of launch monitors or something, maybe get these players wired up sooner rather than later to give our viewers more knowledge. But what we can tell you is that these players can bludgeon the ball. As you have a look at hole number 3, the hole that has seen quite a few birdies. Let's see if Chika can make up for that miss on the second hole. Very good through the ball. Very committed. I think he has pushed that a little bit to the right. Looking on pensively. Gaganjeet would only be maybe an 8 iron for Gaganjeet at most.
Well, the whole plays slight amount of downhill, but would be playing well around 182 or 185 yards today.
Fluid motion, a lot of compression on that. Also, moving a little bit to the left to check where that ball has ended up.
As we move on to take a look at Yashash Chandra from Mysore, starting off with a par on the first, birdie on the second, and on the third to be at a tie for 10th position at 8 under par. Abhijit Singh Chadda, unfortunately, starting with 2 bogeys on the first 2 holes, not really capitalizing that strong position. Yashash Chandra on the 6th hole, going with that layup approach on that tee shot. Pin location on the 6th hole today is 29 yards in from the front edge and 7 from the right. So that's going to be a little bit of a tricky pin position to sort of attack on this hole. Players will have to probably try to hold up one from the left to the right to get it close to this flag location. There you go. That's the pin location for the day. Om Prakash Chauhan, who is no weak iron striker, making it up to about 20 feet to the hole. Kshitij Naved call, very meticulous about the way he goes about his business on the golf course and golf swing. Really practicing that before he takes it on. So we take a look now. Kshitij Naved call on the 6th for his second shot. Players on the 6th hole usually try and place their golf balls just short of this hazard. The 6th hole is only 373 yards, but because of the design of the hole, a lot of players are unable to take on the green. So end up playing short of the hazard, probably with a 4 iron or a 5 iron off the tee, and thereafter take it on with a pitching wedge or maybe even a 9 iron for this flag location today. We have it. Karandeep Kochar has taken solo lead here now at 14 under par. Other players in that leader group not really capitalizing on that second hole. Gaganjeet Bhullar starting with a 1 over bogey on the first hole. So things have begun to move here on the leaderboard at Jeev Milkha Singh Invitational 2022. Shamim Khan and Rahil Ganji have moved up to 10 under par in the first 3 holes, which basically gives them a lot of work to do going forward. 15 holes remaining, 4 shot deficit between these 2 players and Karandeep Kochar, and 1 shot deficit between Kochar, Chikka and Bhullar.
अपना नंबर दे दो, क्या पता जरूरत पड़ जाए। स्विच ऑफ है, बंद कर देना। चलो कोई नहीं, हम आ जाएंगे।
Manu Gandas on hole number 7, playing a left-right break on that putt, been perched up on the front of the green today. So you have enough line on that. What a beautiful putt there by Manu Gandas. Big breaker, almost broke probably 6 inches or even more than that.
कर दो ऑन सर कॉल कर
Enthangaraja from Sri Lanka on our screens now, playing alongside Manu Gandas. Enthangaraja having a bit of a slow start today. Bogey and a double bogey to start the day, steadying it up with a bunch of pars post that. Currently at a total score of 3 under par for the tournament, with first 3 rounds of 71, 72 and 67. Always got a smiling face on him as Enthangaraja. We have Om Prakash Chauhan on the 6th hole. Yashash Chandra has left himself in a tricky position there for his third shot. Moving on, got Badal Hussain on our screens. Badal Hussain here on the 15th hole, putting from about 6 feet away. Seems like he didn't anticipate the right to left break on the putt.
दोनों टी का जो टपड़ा टी स्मॉल पैक होता
There on our screens is an old golfer.
ये तो टी तो ऊपर
Veteran golfer, we can be sure.
45
On the 8th green is him. Veer Elawat, M. Dharma making their way on the 9th fairway. Sandeep Singh is playing alongside these two gentlemen. Kshitij Naved call. On hole number 6, had to hit a flop shot there, overshot himself over that green. Well, he's done a fine job from there to put himself around 6 feet for his par. This is what I meant when I said that this flag is not an easy one to get to. Could end up being too aggressive and finding yourself in a funny spot just like Kshitij did. Om Prakash Chauhan coming up from about 20 feet away. Seems like a big right-to-left breaker here for OP. Om Prakash Chauhan currently at 1 under par through the first 3 holes. Is at 7 under par for the tournament at a tie for 14th position. Does he have enough pace? No, he doesn't. M. Dharma coming up from just left center of the fairway here on the 9th hole. Hole pin perched up today 21 yards from the front edge and 5 yards from the left. The 9th hole is a dogleg to the right, 428-yard long hole. This M. Dharma from Bangalore. Dharma landing up on the green there, about 20 feet pin high position. should have a decent look at birdie from there, just off the green in fact, but should be able to use the putter, the flat stick from there. On the 8th, we've got Enthangaraja striding up onto that green. Par 3, the 8th hole, is 162 yards long, usually playing about somewhere around 165 or 175 yards, depending on where the flag location is on this green. You can see the Sukna Lake is right behind this green location. Kshitij Naved call par attempt here on the 6th hole. Current score of Kshitij Naved call is 6 under par through the first 3 holes. He is at even par for the day and has done a good job of saving par here. A lot of scramble for him on the 6th.
Hello.
It's a bit of a wild swing there by the player on the 15th hole.
खिलाड़ी आगे उसको follow करना बस नीचे से
पुराने कैमरामैन होंगे हम
कुछ कैसे ऊपर से जैसे शॉट लेके जितना हो सके अपना पीछे लेके नीचे शॉट मारेगा बॉल वहाँ जाएगी
हाँ बॉल के साथ
हाँ मूवमेंट करनी बॉल को हाँ कोई बात ठीक है.
It is a group of Ankur Chadda, Vinay Kumar Yadav and Digraj Singh Gill playing the 15th hole, 9 a.m. tee time from hole number 10. 15th hole is a long par 4 here at the Chandigarh Golf Club. It's a 475-yard par 4 with the tee shot, which is basically a dog leg to the left. A lot of players have to take it on over the trees. Players need big enough carry, about 280, 290 yards to be able to reach up to the fairway if they're trying to cut the corner. If they don't try to cut the corner, they're going to have a very long shot into the green, sometimes even a hybrid. But the turn is made around 200 to 225 yard mark. Anything over that, players have to go over the trees on the left side to be able to make it into the fairway. Then they can have a mid-iron into the green. There we have M. Dharma practicing his golf swing with a putter in his hand. Veer Alawat from the front of the green to that pin, back of the green, 26 yards inside. Done a fine job of that, hasn't Veer? Just about 3 feet ahead of the hole. Perfect speed control there. M. Dharma looks like his putt is going to break a lot from the left to the right. We're looking at over a grip size of a break that's well over 6 inches. Veer Alawat, what a stunning exhibition of speed control there for that long putt.
Having a look at that leaderboard now, and for those of you who are joining us, we'd like to tell you you're live at the Jeev Milkha Singh Invitational 2022, presented by Take. This tournament is being hosted at the Chandigarh Golf Club. And the prize fund is a whopping rupees 1.5 CR, and that's the highest thus far this season, with over 24 lakh going to the winners. So that's a lot of money, bragging rights, and obviously it's a prestigious tournament, the Jeev Milkha Singh Invitational. So a lot to play for the players. And currently leading the proceedings is Chandigarh's homegrown Karandeep Singh Kochar. As you have a look at that putt, just about coming shy. Gaganjeet Bhullar was leading overnight, but now he finds himself one shot behind the leader. Some of the other players were making an early run. Rahil Ganji is at 11 under par total, 3 under for the day. Then you have Akshay Sharma and Shamim Khan, 2 under and 1 under respectively. So a lot of good scores early on in the day. The leaders and the chasers are coming out hot. Good numbers in the first 4 holes. And lower down the leaderboard, we're seeing players like Udyan Mane showing some of that form that took him to the Olympics. He's 7 under par for the tournament and 3 under par today. We also have Tapi Khai as well as MD Sanju, both at 2 under for the day. As you go back to the action on hole number 9. And for those of you wondering if you want more information on these players and schedules and where the tour goes, you can always head over to www.pgtofindia.com, and there you can get information on schedules, the tour stops, money earnings, birdie leaders, and so on and so forth. So there's a treasure trove of information, and if you want to learn more about these players and their routines, and to see if you're inquisitive of how the top Indian professionals go on about their trade, you can always follow them on Instagram. Very easy to find a lot of these players on Instagram. You just have their first name and add golf next to it. So there you have Veer Alawat, the prodigious talent from Gurugram or Delhi, I'm not too sure.
Gurugram it is.
And obviously he also coming from an army background. His father is an army officer. I think a lot of us have benefited from that, the access to the game of golf. Now we have a look at hole number 6. We see a lot more players laying up as opposed to what we saw yesterday. You can see them pacing up. Ankur Chadda there on hole number 15. The difficult par 4, probably the most difficult hole on this golf course.
Absolutely is the 15th hole. I just spoke about how the players need to take it on over the trees. That's what one of the players at the back over there, if you can tell, he has actually cut across that dogleg and been able to come down into the middle of the fairway to give himself a mid-iron into the green. If players are unable to draw the ball or to fly it all the way there, it'll be a difficult spot.
That's quite a long drive. It's just shorter than a mid-iron also, it seems.
So that's what players would reach around 150-yard mark or 140-yard mark if they take on over the trees. If they're unable to do so, they will have a really long shot left into this green location as we take a look at one of the players in this group.
I think that player could be Tapi Khai who with that drive.
Vinay Kumar Yadav there cleaning up on the 15th hole as we take a look at Digraj Singh Gill now. Not much of work left there for Digraj. Easy peasy. The group which teed off from the 10th hole at 9 a.m. now making its way onto the 16th, the par 5. Amrit Lal,
the unmistakable swinger Amrit Lal,
playing the 6th hole now for that back flag pin position.
Seems to be a good shot. Maybe about 25 feet with an uphill putt coming back. We'll soon know. Yes, that's approximately 25 feet.
So one of the players there has a long way to go to the hole, doesn't he?
Yes, we'll have to traverse the entire length of breath. As you have a look at Aman Raj, he seems to be in a spot of bother. That's quite an errant shot from him off the tee. Let's see if he can make up for that mistake with a good recovery shot here at hole number 6. Aman Raj currently sitting at 1 under for the day. The only benefit is that the flag is at the back, so he only needs to fly it. Oh, he's overcooked it. It's going to be a difficult shot coming back for him. There's been an update on the leaderboard. Chikarangappa has birdied hole number 3, moving to 14 under par. Karandeep Kochar bogeying the third hole, and Gaganjeet Bhullar making par on hole number 3.
Rahul Ganji with another birdie on the 4th hole has moved up to 11 under par now. Really trying to make a move on that leaderboard early on in the front nine, trying to get into the mix as soon as possible. Kochar dropping a shot is now following Chikarangappa, who made a birdie on the 2nd hole, leading the way at 14 under par. We are back to the 9th hole where we're looking at Thangaraja. Thangaraja, who's trying to steady his ship, has dropped a bunch of shots early on in the day, but has managed to steady it up after that. On the 8th, Varun Parekh, winner of the KGGT Invitational inaugural year 2022. Well, definitely not closer off to the flag location, but could be on the fat side of the green, as they say. And Thangaraja now on the 9th.
Putting a lot of compression on that, took off low and then sort of rose up.
Thangaraja, who's playing alongside Hani Besoya and Manu Gandal today. On the 8th now, we've got Arjun Bhati on the tee box. Arjun Bhati, who's currently at even par for the day, 6 under par for the tournament. Aman Raj.
He has a very good short game, and all of it is going to be tested on this shot.
Absolutely does. He's got one of the most impressive shot games. Very soft hands. Where he manages to get enough spin on the ball, and also very soft drops usually. What a great shot.
What a shot there.
Thank you, Aman, for Jyoti Randhawa now on the 8th hole, playing alongside Arjun Bhati and Varun Parekh. Great experience for these boys to be playing alongside an Indian golfing legend very early on in their careers. There we have a
friendly visitor, as they say. Well, of course,
he's enjoying it, isn't he?
It's for everyone. He's also enjoying the tournament.
That's nice to see. Yeah, seems like someone on the 15th hole has found a bunch of trouble in that left bunker. Who might that be? Let's find out. That could be. That's the group of Tapi Ghai, Badal Hussain and Mohammad Sanju. There we have our referee now, going to check out what this situation looks like. Referee Nalini Singh, very experienced referee. Seems like a bit of a situation there for Badal Hussain.
What do you think they're discussing at this point in time? Could be a plug ball, or That's the only thing that I can think of. Or maybe,
I think it could be a plug ball in the wall of the bunker.
and maybe somewhere between the wall and the sign, and that's somewhere where you can't quite
Determine
decide.
whether
Yeah,
it's all
exactly.
right or not. Yeah. So, ladies and gentlemen, for all of you who might not be very well aware of this, if the ball is plugged in the wall of the bunker, there is a free drop that the player can get. Also, sometimes it might just happen that a player requires to just, probably he cannot even identify his ball in the bunker, even if it's a plug lie. So, that could be another reason why they need a referee. It seems like this is a case which is a little bit different. And there's a one club length there. So there seems to be something other than what we know. We shall try and find out what this ruling really is about. Oh, that's a drop in the bunker.
Is that a drop in the bunker?
That's a drop in the bunker. Players all smiles because he knows it's going to get plugged for
It's gonna
sure.
get plugged, right?
100% it will get plugged. It will definitely create a slight amount of an inundation in there.
So, in what kind of circumstance do you get a drop in the bunker?
That's what I said. I'm not so certain as to why this drop was given. So we'll have to definitely find out what this was for. The group of Tapi Ghai, Badal Hussain and Mohammad Sanju.
It's a good, decent bunker shot coming out there, leaving that to about 6 feet.
This is something that happened just a few moments ago. In fact, this is group of Brijesh Kumar, amateur golfer, and Muhammad Azhar, who is in the blue on our screens. Colin Joshi now on the sixth hole, making his way. Joshi currently at even par for the day. One of the balls has found itself about 10 feet from the hole. It appears like it is Colin Joshi's golf ball.
See, the players are laying up on this hole today as opposed to going with the driver that they did.
I think there might have been a little bit of downwind yesterday that the players took an advantage of. Maybe the tee was perched up about 10-15 yards in front. That just helps them with determining that they could carry the hazard easily.
I think also helps make things a little more interesting. Risk reward comes a lot more into play.
Definitely. Jamal Hussain.
Hiking that high. And again, over the hole, over the green rather. So we've seen a few of that. And that is going to be an extremely difficult shot for Jamal. I think that was the result of unbridled aggression.
Rahil, shortest shot of them all. A tough flag position today on the sixth hole to get close to, nearly all the way to the back of the green here. And players have to really keep that ball from the left to the right and hold it up against that left side. Rahil also manages to put in a ton of compression on the golf ball as he uses a lot of his body to get through the ball. As he got it correct. Seems like he's overshot himself just a tad bit. We'll apprise you of his position shortly as we take a look at recently crowned champion Varun Parekh. Nicely done there by Varun. Seems like he's saved par here on the 8th hole. Parekh currently at even par for the day. 6 under par for the tournament at a tie for 19th position.
Spin looks quite inviting on hole number 8 today.
Inviting it is, but a really difficult flag to get close to because this is perched up on the left top of the green, so the player will have to have enough club in hand, draw the ball a tad bit. The only thing that becomes a bit of a problem here is that overcooking that golf ball can take you too close to the hedge on the left side, and that's one of the reasons that you'll see a lot of players keeping it right and just short of the flag location. Kalin Joshi with one of the best shots we've seen so far on that 6th hole.
It's going to be a very difficult shot for Jamal. Like, he has to make par if he has to have any hope of challenging the leaders today. As I said, the mark could well be at around 16 under par, maybe 15. So Jamal, if he really has to try and win this tournament, would need to make a par here and then light it up on the back nine. As we saw there's something strange about this hole because we saw Jamal overshooting it, Rahil as well. We even saw Aman Raj going over the green. I'm not too sure what that is. Maybe the players are too aggressive on this flag and it's a very narrow space. So if you miss your target by a bit, you find yourself off the green.
So that's the challenge of this whole location actually.
Yes, not a best effort.
Absolutely. Kshitij Naved Kaul coming in from a similar position really did show some superb skill set there for his short game. Unfortunately, seems like Rahil's ball might have been nestled down a little bit too much into the rough.
Jamal, now let's see what Jamal can do with this shot.
Jamal also coming up from a similar situation, but wouldn't have to flop it up as much, going with a weak grip there.
Rahil could also have taken a less adventurous route, I feel. He could have played a similar kind of shot.
Oh,
Look
shot
at that.
there by Jamal Hussain Mola, almost making it into the hole.
That's where Jamal separates himself from the rest of the field. A fantastic short game and a short salvaging ability. He really does scavenge those pars from around the greens if he misses the hole.
Rahil now with a long attempt to save par on the 6th hole.
This could turn from right to left, maybe all of 25 feet.
Currently 3 under par for the day, 11 under par for the tournament. Rahul needs to make this one to keep himself up on top. Not enough pace on that
I
putt.
feel that's a rather unfortunate bogey, to be honest. He was
Absolutely.
nothing more than 120 yards to the flag at most, and from there to hit a shot.
This is what I meant with when I said that this is a tough flag location. You get too aggressive with this kind of a flag location, you could land yourself into trouble. And that seems like what has happened with a lot of players overshooting the green here.
Kshitij now with call here at hole number 8. Alongside Yashas Chandra. As well as Om Prakash Chavan. So very interesting group. A lot of good players in this group. So tell us during your playing days, during these long walks from the tee to the green, how would you keep yourself occupied? You talk to your caddy, or would you keep to yourself, or you would chit chat with the other co-players?
So I generally didn't really interact too much with the co-players. Not too much, I'd say I'd keep it to probably formalities for that matter. And I would have a ton of conversation with my caddy and walk around. I'd just probably soak in what's happening on the golf course. And a lot of times you really don't have much of time to have discussions as well. I think the only discussion I would have is with the caddy. Game is pretty fast when you're out there. You're playing 18 holes, got to be finished within 4 hours and 20 minutes. So there's hardly much of time on the golf course to be able to have those kind of conversations. Colin Joshi, missing that birdie attempt there, would have to tap that in for his par. Warren Parekh on the 9th from the middle of the fairway.
Ninth hole, the new green seems a lot more generous in terms of slopes. It's not that severe as it was previously. I remember the ninth hole previously was extremely difficult. That
The 3-tiered green,
especially
with a swale on the left side.
especially on that upper tier, it was quite
That
a
was
task.
a tough one to get up to.
So I think the degree of difficulty has gone down substantially by making this green a little flatter, so to speak.
I haven't really seen the new green, but you mentioned that you played over there.
Yes, it's a lot more easier, to be honest.
A lot more subtle on those slopes.
Lot more subtle. I mean, the last one was treacherous, to say the least, especially when the flag was on the upper levels. Things have become a little easy with this newer green. As we have a look at Jyoti here at hole number 9. Look for this to be close. Jyoti currently at 1 under for the day.
Very strong address position there, Jyoti Randhawa. All the 3 players are on the dance floor, although quite a bit away is Jyoti Randhawa, about 30 feet away from that flag. Varun Parekh with a superb attempt there for birdie on the 9th hole. Easy cleanup there for Varun on the 9th.
First look at Arjun Bhati, currently at level par for the day and 6 under for the tournament.
He's also using a claw grip. Seems like a pretty good attempt, but maybe an underread at that. Take a look at Rashid Khan putting for birdie on the 6th, currently at 9 under par for the tournament. Rashid would be looking for holding this one. I think he's just missed it. Clean up there for Rashid, would stay at 9 under par through 6 holes.
Gaganjit Bhullar has made another bogey and not moving in the right direction, so as to speak. He's bogeyed the 4th hole. I think that hole is giving him some trouble, if I'm not wrong. I think he bogeyed it yesterday as well.
We have
when he came up a little short and missed that up and down. So
yep, totally seems like too much trouble there early on in the day for him. 2 over par with 2 bogeys on the card only after 4 holes. As we take a look at Abhijit Chadha, who is trying to steady his own ship after 2 bogeys to begin the day with. Just coming from just off the green, needs to start making some move here.
I think the difficulty on this flag now, if you look at it, is that it's in a narrow neck, very narrow part of the green. So even if you hit a decent shot and you miss it on either side, there's not much space. Brilliant putt by Abhijit there. Maybe a tap and par for him.
No trouble there. It'll be a par for Abhijit Chadha. He will stick around at 9 under par. Still looking to catch some fire there through the day. Shamim Khan has given himself a 25 feet opportunity here on the 6th, playing it more towards the bigger side of the green. Has he got enough pace on that? Had the best of lines though. Shamim Khan sticking around at a tie for 4th position at 10 under par. Slow and steady. Chikkarangappa and Kochar lead the way at 13 under par. Bhullar at 12 under par. Things have become rather interesting now atop that leaderboard. Players in the leader group seem to be slowing down. People from the 3rd leader group seem to be picking up some pace here. So we take a look at Yashas Chandra on the 9th hole. Yashas Chandra from Mysore, currently at 2 under par through his first few holes. Now coming up onto the 9th hole.
Going along well, 2 under par, no bogeys, consistent sort of a round.
Absolutely. It's a pretty solid golfer, Yashas.
I think many of the players would be hitting a 3-wood on hole number 9, not many hitting a driver.
Absolutely. You mostly see driving irons, hybrids, and 3-woods off the tee box. You'd hardly be finding players hitting a driver. Maybe players like Shamim, Mithun, who are the shorter side of things. Maybe even Jamal, for that matter, you will see them taking out the
But
driver.
doesn't the fairway open a little more as you go ahead, or
Well,
it's a difficult target?
For the players who can hit it upwards of 280 yards, the fairway actually on the left side starts to close in, and you could actually run yourself into the rough.
Okay.
For the players who do not get it up to 80 yards, can actually go with the driver and have a free wheel at it.
As we have a look at, yes, it's a good angle here.
Absolutely superb angle. The pin is not in the easiest of spots. Best position here, I think, would be either pin high or maybe just about 15 feet short of the hole.
Everybody playing about 20 odd feet right off that flagstick, not really taking it on.
Ninth hole, not the easiest of greens to take on for any of the players. Om Prakash Chauhan. Currently 1 under par for the day, 7 under for the tournament. Tie for 13th position, and a pretty good shot there by OP, giving himself about 20 feet short of the hole. Should have a good look at birdie over here. Left to right, big break, almost a grip length over here of a break from the left to the right. And the newly relayed green over here of the 9th hole, which will actually make sure that the putt can actually stick to its line. As we take a look now at Kshitij Naved call. Man going through the motions first. That's a lot of motions in that golf swing, isn't it?
Yeah, it's been
Very
at one plane.
It's sort of like almost very calculated, right?
Yeah, it looks like a very unnatural movement, a very deliberate movement. That seems to be working perfect for it. So
Yep, I think he has won 1 or 2 tournaments on the PGTI so far.
yes,
Multiple winner on the tour. So
and the club
he knows what he's doing.
Far away from the body as well.
Likes to really extend that left arm and use that as the sort of fulcrum for his entire golf swing. Take a look at Akshay Sharma, Amrit Lal, two local Chandigarh boys walking up now onto the 8th hole. Amrit Lal seems to have found himself on the left side of the green. Could be troubled country. Akshay Sharma seems to be walking confidently towards that ball, which is only about 10 feet away from the hole. Very much a birdie opportunity there. Superb shot to that flag location here for Akshay Sharma. Close-up look of the amateur golfer here. Brijesh Kumar, currently at 3 over par for the tournament, leading amateur this week. Amrit Lal coming up from that tough spot from the left side of the bunker. Will need to cook up a storm here.
That's a very difficult shot. You can't really be too cute with that one, otherwise you might find yourself on the sandy beach.
I think he's done a pretty fine job of that.
He's really improvised well with that low shot and really driving into that bank to sort of reduce the speed of that.
Yep.
Really well done.
He'll have about 8 feet now to save his par on the 8th. Akshay Sharma, my apologies, is on the left side of the green, but still has a good shot at making a chip in from there. And Aman Raj is the one whose golf ball has found itself 10 feet from the hole. That is very well a birdie opportunity, and I would look forward to Aman making that one from there. Well, having said that, Aman having a bit of difficulty on the golf course today with a couple of sixes out there on that scorecard, which is quite unlike Aman. Nonetheless, let's take a look at what Akshay Sharma does from this place. The rough is nice and up this week here at the Chandigarh Golf Club, adding to the difficulty. And looking at that rough situation on this course, I think the players are scoring absolutely superbly as he got enough speed. But Aman Raj needs to move aside for us to see that, and he's got about a few inches between him and the ball. Aman Raj needing to make some amends over there. He's currently 3 over par for the day. Very unlike his golfing personality. Usually keeps things very much under his control. Let's take a look at Chikkarangappa. Chikka appears coming up on the 6th hole now. Leader group making its way now to the last 3 holes off that front 9. Chikka coming off a bogey on the 5th. Look for this one to get close to the hole. Chikka doesn't back down.
Let's see how he does on this hole. That's a high shot.
Well, Chikka seems to have played it towards the fat side of the green, not really going for that flag location.
I think that flag also is made more difficult by the fact that the overhanging trees are there as well. So maybe
Absolutely.
in order to get there, you need to hit some sort of a fade. Gaganjit can really manufacture these shots. He's able to, flight them down and work them either way. So it should be, if anybody can get close to this flag, it should be this man. And obviously, having made bogeys, he would be looking to make a few birdies now. He needs to get a move on.
Well, Buller, even though he is currently 1 shot off the pace, starting off.
That's the shot that we're talking about. A brilliant shot, the best that we've seen so far.
Absolutely, the best shot here probably was Cullen Joshi, who was also 10 feet on the other side of the hole. But this one itself is also a really, really superb golf shot. Buller, who has made 2 bogeys early on in the day in the first 4 holes, is currently at 2 over par, 1 shot away from Kochar and Chikka, who are leading the way at 13 under par. Superb crowds here at the Chandigarh Golf Club for the Jeev Milkha Singh Invitational 2022. Buller still well within the reach. If he can turn things around over here, you never know what can really happen. Players are sort of easing it up a little bit in this leader group. While Rahil Ganji and Shamim Khan are catching fire and currently at 10 under par, just 3 shots away. That's not much of a gap going into that back 9 with hole numbers 12th, 13th, 16th, 17th and 18th. So many birdie opportunities lurking around the corner. Anything can really go down on that back 9. All holes providing an opportunity, but also difficulties all around the block.
Yes, it definitely promises to be an interesting day with Karandeep Kochar leading the proceedings, and we have Chikka Rangappa, who also dropped a shot at 13 under par. So as we spoke yesterday, I said that eventually you do see on the final day that the leaders, especially if they have been having 3 great days, it's very difficult to sort of have that sort of performance again. And they've really cooled off. If you look at the top 3 players, they're level par, and 2 over. And I think the number you picked was 17. I picked 16. So it seems like one of those is definitely going to be the case as you have a look at hole number 9. Yashas making that putt.
Kshitij Naved call making par here on the 9th hole.
Udyan Mane has moved to 4 under for the day and 8 under. So really reeling off a lot of birdies is Udyan.
Kshitij enjoying his time on the camera there. A little bit of a playful time as he closes in his front 9. Chikka with a long attempt for birdie here on the 6th.
Chikka here at hole number 6. After that shot, where do you think this tournament? Obviously, on the front nine, I can't see any clear front runner. Maybe somebody goes in with a one-shot lead at most out of all these players. The back nine is going to get really interesting. I think the last 3 holes, and as you predicted, this tournament does go the extra mile. That could well be the case this time as well.
Absolutely, things are going to get very heated up and interesting, especially as we move around up, starting the 12th hole. The 10th and 11th, not the easiest of holes, but starting the 12th, there are a lot of birdie opportunities out there. The 14th and 15th do act as difficult holes. The 15th can become a birdie opportunity if someone can take it over that left side tree line. 16th, of course, can be it will be a birdie opportunity. The 13th hole today, let's see where the flag is at today on the 13th, which did see a few eagles also. On the 13th today, the flag is 19 inside and 5 from the right, which makes it over that right side bunker, not making it really an easy eagle opportunity. It is Ajitesh Sandhu with a shot we've never seen him hit. Just about finding its way outside. Ajitesh Sandhu not really having the best time at his home course, currently at a score of even par and a total score of 4 under for the tournament with rounds of 71, 70, 71. He's not been able to get a lot more out of his game this week, unfortunately. Not wasting too much time on that chip. Ajitesh would have about 4 feet there for bogey on the 15th hole.
15th, a difficult hole. But then again, I think the easiest flag that he can have on the front left. So I think all in all, the flags that we've seen apart from hole number 6 have been quite generous.
Playing alongside Dhruv Shoran from Gurgaon and Ranjit Singh from Chandigarh, the veteran golfer. Experienced Ranjit Singh preparing now, as he says, for the seniors golf tour. He'll be looking at qualifying for the seniors tour going forward as he turns 50, I think, if I'm not wrong, in a year or two.
Ranjit Singh, far from a senior, still reeling off the kind of golf that can give these young lads a run for their money. I think he's going to stick around quite a while.
Aging like fine wine, isn't he? Dhruv Shoran with superb speed on that putt. Seems like a little bit of an overread, but superb putt nonetheless from about 20 feet away. As we go back to the 9th hole, Amrit Lal on our screens. Amrit Lal currently at 9 under par for the tournament. A tie for 6th alongside his playing partner Akshay Sharma. Taking their preferred lie. The PGTI allows preferred lie within 1 club length so as to remove the anomalies that can be with scorecard lengths, and that just helps in also speeding up the play.
But that, in all fairness, I think that makes things a little more manageable for the players. Because
Absolutely.
if you get
It's
unfair
much
lies
easier.
in the fairway, if unfortunately, if there have been rains or so on and so forth, the ball can get sort of semi-embedded in the fairway, and it's rather than sitting atop the grass, it's sitting between the blades of grass, and that makes it very unfair for the player. So I think this is a very good rule.
Chikka going for that birdie on the 6th.
That spaceship-shaped putter.
My apologies, that's a putt for par there for Chikka, making that one inconveniently. No trouble there for him. That is another one of the rules of golf. Do not pick up the golf ball until the ball has touched the bottom of the cup, and that's what Chikka just did over there. Let the flagstick move aside and let the ball drop in all the way.
Akshay here on hole number 9. Players all keeping it to the right of this flag. This is a very good shot.
I think both these shots are really nice. Very good opportunities for birdie here. Going all the way uphill towards that whole location will break a little bit from the right to the left. For Akshay's ball, probably a very straight putt at that. There we have the live leaderboard that walks around the golf course and helps the players as well as the spectators understand what the situation is in the games ahead. Third player also finding the putting surface and good look at birdie from the other side of the hole. That one's going to break a little bit more from the left to the right. These ones on this side of the hole are going to break a little bit from the right to the left. Udayan Mane now at 4 under par. The Olympian really trying to get into the top 10. Currently at 8 under par for the event.
Not been having the best of form post that Olympics, to be honest. I mean, he had that run where he won a lot of tournaments. I think he almost won 4 or 5 tournaments within a stretch of 12 or 13 tournaments. But he's really gone cold after that. Is it owing to the the difficulty of keeping that level of game up, and obviously the ebbs and flows of golf, or is it his own game going down, or the challengers getting better? What is happening? You tell us.
I think there's a few things over here. One of the things I feel is that Udayan, as I know, has been struggling a little bit with his ball striking. There we have Karandeep Kochhar on the 7th tee box. Kochhar on the 7th hole. No problem there for Kochhar. One of the toughest shots, probably in the entire country's golfing world, isn't it?
Very difficult shot indeed. Very intimidating. And as you can see, they've pushed up the tee all the way to the back. And that's the entirety of this hole. And well over 600 yards. As you pointed out, a double dog leg. I think all of the field would not really be able to go past that tree. And the medium hitters would have to contend with it.
So going back to that conversation about the Olympian Udayan Mane, I know personally that he's been struggling a little bit with his ball striking for some time now since that Olympics. And I think a little bit of that part is also played by the tag of being an Olympian and more eyes on you now and more pressure sort of from the outside world to perform even better. Shamim Khan on the 7th, no trouble there from 4 feet away. And I think, a lot of it, of course, if we go too deep into philosophy, could be just pressure that we inflict upon ourselves. But I do also know that he's been working very hard on his game and his ball swing back at home, trying to get it all back together. And clearly, by the way he's playing today, it does seem like things might be coming back together for Udayan.
I think for a player who has had a lot of victories, it's impossible because you can't always keep having a purple patch. You can't be 20 under par every week. That's just physically impossible. Even Tiger Woods, I think, had a win rate of 20%, and which is the highest ever as we look at the leaderboard there.
A great example of what resilience and short game can do, right? Like Shamim Khan is currently playing 2 under par for the day, and the long hitters Rashid Khan and Abhijit Singh Chatta finding it tough to maintain their position. Rashid, of course, currently at 1 under par, but could be making more moves up atop that leaderboard as we speak. On hole number 9, coming up from the edge of the green, Amrit Lal will have that tap in. My apologies, that's Akshay Sharma. Now reading his line, that's Amrit Lal with that tap in for his par on the 9th. It's like a little bit of a guessing game that we commentators are playing.
Well, it's a long day. Sometimes we do make mistakes as well. But mistakes are not what you want to be making if you want to end up the champion of the Jeev Milkha Singh Invitational 2022 presented by Take. A lot of money to play for as well. I know that the players think about the game first, but those handsome checks also come in handy. The winner getting about 24 lakh, all the way to the top 10. There's a lot of money, all throughout. Even the last person gets a sizable check. So these players, obviously golf, for a lot of the players, they're sort of independent actors, don't really have anybody who's funding them per se. So this is important.
Yeah, we have Aman Raj with one of those stability shafts in his putter, going for a birdie. Does he make it to the bottom of the cup? Seems like he underrated that one. That broke a little bit more than he anticipated. Quick word about our sponsors, Take Sports. Take Sports Management Private Limited is sponsored by the promoters of Take Solutions, Srinivasan HR and DV Ravi. To focus on deserving sports to enable opportunities for talented sportsmen, Take's ethos is to identify, nurture and support talent on their journey towards international success. Take has been committed to supporting Indian sports for well over a decade. And what a great tournament that they have come up with over here, the Jeev Milkha Singh Invitational, the first ever golf tournament in the country to be named after a professional golfer. Akshay Sharma, playing his home course after learning a little bit from Aman Raj's putt, should have a better chance at birdie over here. That putt ball will break a little bit lesser than Aman's ball, a little bit firmer, could do the job over here for him. Does he? And he's learnt it well, hasn't he? Akshay Sharma, using that knowledge and making another birdie here to get to 10 under par for the tournament.
He's slowly creeping up, Akshay Sharma, especially with the back nine given. It could be quite a challenge. He could mount on these leaders. 10 under par is a good score. Maybe shoot another 3 or 4 under on the back nine, and he definitely means business. He's a winner, and that's something that separates winners. When they are chasing, they are able to put up a good show.
And you never know how things are going to turn now in going into the back nine. Things are definitely going to get way more interesting. As we spoke yesterday also, we did see that the back nine did invite a lot more birdies, and things started to change a lot more as the players started to hit hole number 13 and onwards.
It's a brilliant shot right there by Abhijit. It's not happening today. He's 2 over par and he's moved into a tie for 7th place. So in the blink of an eye, he finds himself hurtling down that leaderboard. And Chikkarangappa still leads the proceedings alongside Karandeep Kochar. Both of them are level par for the day. I suspect that there'll be a birdie or two for them in the next few holes. Shamim Khan has quietly crept up and he's at 11 under par. I think after a long time we're seeing him play well on the final day. He's always there after 3 days.
Rahil Ganji coming up from the left rough here on the 9th, but seems to have found a line to the hole. He got enough yardage on that ball.
Ending up in the bunker, unfortunately.
I think it would be a player's nightmare to be in that front bunker for this back flag location here on the 9th hole. It's a good 30-yard bunker shot to be pitching it all the way up there. There will be no release on the ball owing to the new relay of the green, and on top of it, all the way uphill to that flag location, Jamal Hussain Mola from the fairway on the 9th. Jamal Hussain currently even par through 8 holes. That's a good look at birdie there for Jamal. He will have just about 18 feet from the hole for birdie.
Just in time for him. If he were to make that, would move to 9 under par. So you're seeing a lot of traffic. There are 15 players within 5 shots of the lead. So it's it's how this tournament has always panned out. It's been hotly contested. A lot of players. It's been a playoff almost each and every time, I think. It's still promising the same this time. A lot of players playing well, really bunched up. Nobody able to separate themselves from the field.
Colin Joshi also coming in from the fairway here is currently at a tie for 7th with 1 under par on the scorecard after that birdie on the 8th hole. Pretty good shot there for Colin as well. He'll have about 20 feet to that birdie attempt.
बॉल नीचे है ना तीसरी बॉल.
I think a lot of the players also know that the 7th, 8th, and the 9th holes are quite difficult holes here at the Chandigarh club, and then the 10th and the 11th as well. So moving into the back nine, players will try to stay pretty calm till the time they hit the 13th, where they will start to fire up things. In fact, even on the 12th, in case you find the fairway, you do have a good chance for making a birdie, as you only get a wedge in.
I think on the back nine, in fact, starting from hole number 11 itself, 11 is okay, a decent hole for 7.
That's the hole that you hit the green on, the only hole that you hit the green on, right?
Yes, coming back to my.
What did you hit? The hybrid from 180 yards out?
6-iron, and the tee was about, I think, about 12 paces in, so it would have been a 5-iron for me from the back.
The last I remember, you've got like about 6 brands in your golf bag, don't you? Or maybe more than that.
Yes, many different.
A brand per club, is it?
Oh,
That's Chadda not having a good time out there on the golf course, unfortunately. What a shot there by Rahil. Oh my God, what
Brilliant
a stellar
shot.
golf shot. I mean, I'd have
Rahil
to take
got
some tips from Rahil to learn that golf shot. 30 yards off that flag, really
what
pitching it all the way up
What do you
there.
intend to do with those tips? Hit those shots in the commentary box?
Maybe. Why not? You never know, it might just be back on the golf course. You just never know.
You heard it first here on ABP Live.
Breaking news, Sansani case covered.
Yes. The judge is intending to be back on the prowl.
Sansani case. Yeah, ABP Live News Network.
Absolutely, all the time breaking news, nothing but the best breaking news right for you. But currently only covering golf. Looking at some real good golf being played at Chandigarh Golf Club. A lot of golfers under par. If you look at some of the scores today, let's have Sunit Bishnoi 1 under for the day, MD Sanju 1 under, Ankur Chadha 1 under par, Tappy Ghai, Digraj Gill 2 under, 3 under par, Sarthik Chibber 1 under. Arjun Sharma is at 4 under for the day. Bogey free thus far. A brilliant day for Arjun. He's at 7 under par for the tournament. He was one of those players, if he gets on a roll, he can really play well because he's a very good driver and a great putter. So maybe trying to reach that 10 under par mark.
Arjun Singh coming up on the 15th hole here. That fairway is looking absolutely lush, isn't it, Shaurya? Arjun Singh, veteran golfer from Delhi.
I think it looks like a perfect angle to chip the ball in the hole.
Multiple winner in the past, has played many years on the Asian Tour, hasn't lost that touch, has he?
Not in the least bit.
Arjun Singh currently at a tie for 22nd position. Even par for the day, 5 under par for the tournament. Yuvraj Singh Sandhu, his playing partner, also at 5 under par for the tournament. Bogey on the first, birdie on the second, and no blemishes post that.
Here on the difficult 15th hole, we have Yuvraj Singh Sandhu, who is at level par for the day, 5 under for the tournament. So not much going his way, but would still be looking to finish strong. The good thing is that he does have a birdie putt here, it seems, and 3 holes, which are realistic birdie holes for him. He's one of the few players who can actually get on to the green in 2 on the par 5 16th hole. Also sporting those similar golf shoes. So obviously these are the rage these days. Arjun now cleaning up for his par.
Arjun Singh, who's now not playing completely on the tour anymore. He just plays a few chosen events now, not traveling as much as he used to back in the day. Played multiple years between India and Asian tour. Has had a pretty good golfing career overall, and a very long one at that.
Gaganjeet Bhullar here on the 7th. Seems to be here in 2. Obviously, he does have the power to reach. You think he's here in 2? I suspect. It's a little bit of a miscue by him. Really, day not going as he has planned thus far.
Hole number 7 with a front flag location today does make it a good birdie opportunity here, especially if you can put yourself within 100 yards to this green. Five yards in from the front edge is the whole location over here. Players with anything between an 80 to 110 yards will have a good shot at being very aggressive with their wedges on this hole. Karandeep Kochar, leader, who's tied at 13 under par with Chikka, preparing himself for a birdie attempt here on the par 5. Long par 5, the 7th hole. The double dog leg, 613-yard hole. To basically have your guards up and your focus radar lights on through and through each and every shot on this hole. Not much of trouble lurks around the green, but just to get there is a challenge in itself. Chikka. And Chikka take that solo lead at 14 under par with this putt. Let's find out. Does he have it? Does he have enough pace on that putt? No, not enough pace, unfortunately, on Chikka's putt. Usually quite an aggressive putter of the golf ball. Karandeep coming from a very similar location as Chikka. Probably would have learned a thing or two about the line and the speed from his putt. Oh, not really making that one as well. Karandeep seems like he should have added a little bit more speed onto that one. Absolutely perfect speeds by both of the players though. Seems like the ball's left the line pretty quickly. As we take a look at now Gaganjeet Bhullar. Abhijit Chadha on the 9th hole. Chadha with a par on the 8th. Now on the 9th hole with his second shot. Abhijit Chadha overshooting that one, probably landing up in the bunker there at the back of the green. Like Abhijit Chadha is letting the golf course get the better of him today. Hopefully he can turn this around as he moves now into the back nine. We await Shamim Khan, who's coming up from the left rough. Looks like Shamim will have to put in some sort of a right to left movement on the ball to get this close enough to the green. He wants to be on it. Manu Gandas currently 3 under par for the day through 12 holes and moving up into tie for 12th position at 8 under par. Jamal Hossain Molla with that birdie on the 9th hole, also moving up to a tie for 8th position at 9 under par. Yashash Chandra making some movement there, 3 under through the front nine, 9 under par in all. Rashid Khan also making a birdie on the 7th hole and moving up to 10 under par. All three players in the leader group making a par on the 7th hole as they move now into the 8th hole, the par 3, 162-yard long par 3 with a pin on the left top of the green today. Difficult to approach. Maybe not difficult for these players. 13 in and 5 from the left side. Not all the way back, so players playing it maybe about 10 feet or 15 feet right and short of the hole would be in the best position to make a birdie here. Rashid also now is within 3 shots of the lead. Shamim Khan, Akshay Sharma, Rahil Gangji and Rashid Khan all at 10 under par. My apologies, Shamim Khan at 11 under par, Akshay Sharma, Rahil Gangji and Rashid Khan at 10 under par. Only 3 shots for these 3 gentlemen from the lead. Shamim Khan only 2 shots away.
Shamim could quietly make a few more birdies with his consistent sort of game, shoot another 2 or 3 under on the back nine. I think even a number of 13 under par, if he can get that on the board, should prove to be quite a considerable challenge. It's always important to get that number there on the board. Shamim there in 2 short of the green. We need to make an up and down for birdie. Currently, coach is still leading the tournament alongside Chikka Rangappa. It's good to see a lot of fans come out to see the game of golf, members and people who really do love this game of golf. A lot of juniors as well who have come to watch the tournament. It's heartening to see that. For those of you just joining us, we'd like to tell you that we're live at the Jeev Milkha Singh Invitational 2022 presented by Take here on ABP Live. This tournament is being played on Chandigarh Golf Club and this is the highest prize fund thus far this season at rupees 1.5 crore. And on your screens is Shamim Khan, the career money leader on the PGTI. And he's currently sitting at 11 under par here on hole number 9, the par 4, and just about missing that birdie attempt. Now we'll have his work cut out, maybe a 3-footer in order to make par here on hole number 9.
Rashid Khan trying to get to 11 under par here on the 9th hole.
Rashid Khan currently sitting at 10 under par. It bobbled up a little bit as soon as
I've
he
got
hit
it a bit of a jump. I just learnt that because of the relay on the 9th and the 13th, they're also playing as the slowest greens on the golf course. One of my friends from Chandigarh actually just told me that they are playing as the slowest greens as of now on the course. Rashid cleaning up there for a par, would stick around at 10 under par through his front 9. Abhijit Chadda finally making a birdie here on the, sorry, my apologies, making a par here on the 9th hole from that back left bunker. That was a tough up and down there, coming up for this flag location. Abhijit Chadda would stick around at 9 under par and move on to the 10th tee box. Shamim Khan now putting for par here on the 9th. Shamim with a little bit of work cut out for him. Should be no trouble though for a man also known as Machine Khan. 11 under par, currently only 2 shots away from the lead. Nicely done there for Shamim. Would stick around at 11 under par as he moves into the back 9. 3 under par through the front. As we now take a look at the 8th hole, Karandeep Kochar, leader at 13 under par. Karandeep Kochar just scraping that hole from the left side. Will end up making par here. What a superb putt there for birdie. Chikkarangappa. Chikka with that easy putt from 3 feet away. Not taking too much of time to close in on that one. There we have Uttam Singh Mundi, CEO of the PGTI, on our screens, having a bit of a chitter-chatter there with one of the spectators on the course. Stylish and flamboyant Uttam Singh Mundi on our screens, former professional golfer. We have old-timer champion golfer Lakshman Singh on our screens having a chat with Uttam Singh Mundi. Back on the 15th hole here at the Chandigarh Golf Club, we have M. Dharma walking down that fairway alongside Sandeep Singh from Sri Ganganagar. And Veer Lawat, their third playing partner.
Today was the biggest highlight of my golfing career, or my golfing life, there is no career around it though. Playing with Jeev, I played with Jeev earlier as well, but playing with you as UV as well. So two greats of their own sports. UV trying his hand at golf. It's a 320-yard drive. You know, he is trying to be straight as much as he can, but he is an amazing golfer, and I think it was a pleasure playing with him.
Back to the live action here at the Jeev Milkha Singh Invitational. M. Dharma coming up from the left bunker on the green side here on the 15th hole. A superb shot there. Short-sided himself, but no trouble for M. Dharma. Veer Lawat coming up from the side of the green here. Seems like he has a bit of work cut out for himself on here on the 15th hole. Veer Lawat currently at a tie for 20th position, has made birdies on the 10th as well as the 12th holes to be at 6 under par for the tournament. Coming up from the back of the green, Veer Lawat. Nicely played chip over there. Oh, he will still have about 5 feet to navigate to get a par on his scorecard on this hole. Gaganjeet Bhullar on the 9th hole, our leader from day 3, currently at 12 under par. Trying to find the dance floor here is Gaganjeet. Lovely shot there by Gaganjeet Bhullar. That ball is going to break a little bit from his right to the left. That should be a makeable birdie opportunity for a man capabilities of his standard. There we have Karandeep Kochar from the left rough. We'll have to move this golf ball a little bit from the right to the left from the angle that he's coming into this green from. Karandeep Kochar now trying to stay in the lead here at 13 under par currently alongside Chikkarangappa. Gaganjeet Bhullar, the 10-time Asian Tour champion, is trailing them by 1 shot. Does Kochar get enough on that golf ball? Well, definitely has made it past that bunker and should be able to use the flat stick from there, but he's a long way away from the hole, good about 60 feet away, maybe even 80. Chikka coming in from the short grass there on the 9th hole should be able to get a better chance to get it up close with the flag location, though Gaganjeet Bhullar has already put himself in a pretty stellar spot here for birdie on the 9th. For that location of the flag, that's a really good shot there by Bhullar. Chikka. Playing a very small schedule on the Indian tour now, playing most of his golf outside of India on the Asian tour. What a golf shot there by Chikka. That will give him about 7 or 8 feet away from the flag for a birdie on the 9th hole. Trying to separate himself from Kochar is Chikka over here. Lots of crowds here today at the Chandigarh Golf Club coming out to support the players, watch some of the best golf out here, and definitely one of the best fields that we have seen on the PGTI this year so far. Superb number of people that have come around to support golfers, watch the best of golf, and the weather, of course, being very supportive of these outside activities. It is the middle of October. Couldn't have asked for a perfect time to be here at the Chandigarh Golf Club, beautiful city of Chandigarh. There's no other place that one would like to be, would be in these conditions. The knowledge of our viewer, the Chandigarh Golf Club was laid out in 1962 and is located just next to Sukhna Lake. Right next to the golf club is also the Punjab Governor's House in Sector 6, flanked by thick mango trees, jamun trees, and eucalyptus, kikar, and orchard trees along the fairways. The club possesses one of the longest par 5s in India at 613 yards. The course record here is held by Sunil Chaurasia with a score of 10 under par, which he shot in 2020 here. The Chandigarh Golf Club has been a nursery to Indian professional golfers in many leading Indian pros from here, such as, of course, the tournament host Jeev Milkha Singh, Harmeet Kalon, Uttam Singh Mundi, Amandeep Johal, Amritinder Singh, Ajitesh Sandhu, Sujan Singh, Gurbaz Maan. Most of these players who have actually also been very, very regular competitors outside of India, and top players, most of them. Karandeep Kochar with a superb putt from just short off the green would have just under 2 feet to save his par. Chikka now from 13 under par, trying to go to 14 under par with this approachable birdie putt. He's trying to separate himself from Karandeep. takes solo lead here at 14 under par, and someone needs to separate themselves for sure. And will it be Chikkarangappa? Soon find out. Unfortunately, that ball didn't break at all. He hit a pretty solid putt there from the left edge of the hole, but that ball didn't even break a millimeter. That was definitely in the hole with the speed and the putt that he hit. Unfortunately, Chikka will stick around at 13 under par along with Karandeep Kochar. Gaganjeet Bhullar still at 12 under par. Gaganjeet Bhullar cleaning up for his par here on the 9th, sticks around at 12 under as he moves into the back nine of the Chandigarh club. Last 9 holes remaining of this golf tournament. Kochar. Kochar for par here on the 9th. A solid par save here for Karandeep Kochar coming in from that left rough. Had to shape that ball and brought it up all the way to the front edge. Made a 2-putt from that front part and making it into that hole. As the leader group now makes its way into the back nine, the players are moving into the 10th hole. Chikkarangappa and Karandeep Kochar leading the way at 13 under par. Gaganjeet Bhullar trailing them at 12 under. Shamim Khan at 11 under. Yashash Chandra at 10 under, tied alongside Akshay Sharma, Rahil Gangji, Jamal Hussain, Khalin Joshi, and Rashid Khan. Really crowded up there, isn't it? As we'll take a look now on the 15th hole, we have Enthangaraja from Sri Lanka.
Leaders remaining the same, Chikkarangappa and Karandeep Kochar. Tied in a tight tussle. Look at hole number 15.
The 15th hole, I think that is Honey Besoya. Very well indeed, will be Honey Besoya. That is Honey Besoya who's playing today with Manu Gandas and Enthangaraja. Let's see if Thangaraja has steadied his ship or not. Yes, he has, starting with a bogey and a double bogey on the first 2 holes, and then makes a birdie on the 9th, a birdie on the 12th, to be at a total score of 5 under par.
The back nine is really where all the business will be done today. Normally tournaments are decided maybe somewhere on the front nine if one of the players is running away with it, but nothing like that will be happening today. It's definitely going to be a tussle between a lot of players. At the moment, you have 10 players within 3 shots of that leaderboard, of that leader. So it's looking like it's going to be a very interesting afternoon. Look at hole number 18. It's going to be an interesting flag pin position all the way towards the right hand side. Here we have Manu on hole number 15. not executing that to perfection. We'll have that 10-footer or 12-footer coming back for his part. As we have a look at some scores, we see Yashas Chandra has really made a move atop that leaderboard. He's at 4 under for the day and 10 under for the tournament. Then he has Shamim Khan with a 3 under for the day, 11 under for the tournament. Then you have 5 players: Akshay, Rahil Ganji, Jamal, Hussain, Khalin, Rashid, all of them at 2 under par for the day and 10 under for the tournament. So very identical rounds going on. Lower down, Manu Gandas, we just saw hit that chip, is at 3 under for the day. Udyan Mane at 4 under for the day after 15 holes, having a good day thus far. Arjun Sharma 4 under for the day at a total of 7 under par. So really a lot of bunching up happening at this point in time. You can see between the leader and the 21st and the 17th position, there are only 6 shots separating them. So the field is playing really well at this point in time. We have 48 players at level par or better. That's really showing you the depth of the field and the level of play that these players are able to exhibit. Fantastic golf all around on this very difficult track, the Chandigarh Golf Club. Adil Bedi has unfortunately withdrawn. We're not quite sure what the reason is. Maybe owing to some sort of injury. We wish him the best and hope he can come back to his best form. There we have a brilliant putt by Thanga, holding that, but really ecstatic after making birdie here on hole number 15. This hole number 15 is a dogleg to the left, the second toughest golf hole on this course. You require a long carry, at least of 285, 290 yards if you have to cut the corner, and then you get a shorter iron. I think majority of the players these days do hit the ball quite long, would be taking that left side on and hitting a driver, then would be having nothing more than maybe a 9 iron to this. The shorter hitters tend to maybe tee off with a 3-wood towards the right hand side of the fairway, then hit something like a 6 iron or 5 iron coming in. Very challenging hole.
Manu Gandas on the 15th. Manu currently playing to 3 under par for the day, 8 under par for the tournament, a tie for 13th for him. Deep scoring this week here at Chandigarh. You see almost 90% of the field at under par numbers this week. For a golf course of this standard and this toughness, complete championship length golf course, tough conditions here with the rough up as we've seen on multiple holes. These are some really, really, really good scores. Anga Chima putting up a bogey-free round so far today. 3 under par for the day. Hani Beswaya. No trouble there for Hani. Hani Beswaya currently at a tie for 17th position. Playing to a bogey-free 2 under par, 2 birdies on hole number 3 and 4 for Hani Beswaya. Post that, he's made no errors on that scoreboard. Another player who's playing a bogey-free 3 under par today through 12 holes is Om Prakash Chauhan. So the players now moving into the 16th hole from this tee box. We are back here from the ABP Live studio in Noida, showcasing the Jeev Milkha Singh Invitational 2022 here at the Chandigarh Golf Club. You're watching the round four. Players now moving into the back nine.
We'd
Things
also
are
tell,
going to be very interesting as Chikkarangappa and Karandeep Kochar are at 13 under par and Bullard at 12 under, Shamim at 11 under par. So things are going to be turning very interesting and definitely a ton of support for Karandeep Kochar, the local lad over here.
I also want to tell our viewers that if you have any questions, suggestions, please do reach out to us on social media, on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter. You can find the ABP Live handle there and even the PGT of India. There are a lot of questions, I'm sure, on your mind. You want to know how these players are playing and how they prepared. So we'll be more than happy to answer those. And coming back to your point, well, it definitely seems to be open season at this point in time. Can't really say who's going to win the tournament. My pick initially was Gaganjeet Bhullar, who's currently sitting at 12 under par.
But not too far away, is he? He's just about one shot off the pace and has steadied things up with a string of pars there on his scorecard. So it's a matter of time, I guess. And he just needs to get a few putts going.
You see, look at the 18th hole. Yes, I think he's saving the best for last. He could really reel off a lot of birdies. He has the ability, he has the firepower. Sometimes when it doesn't quite work on the front nine, you do expect that he would make birdies. He's been birdie free thus far, so that avalanche of birdies is coming. What's really going to be important? I'm really impressed by Karandeep, to be honest. From all the players, he seems mature.
You do remember he's my pick, don't you?
Yes, I do. I'm seeing how they go between Karandeep and Gaganjeet. Similar sounding names as we have a look at Yuvraj.
Yuvraj Singh Sandhu was coming in on the 18th hole. A man who needs no introduction, four-time champion this year in 2022 on the PGT of India, coming in onto the 18th for his last hole of the day and the tournament.
Back right pin position. I think in a certain manner, if the players are able to hit the fairway, this pin position actually takes the water out of play, because then they can be more aggressive and there's not much guesswork. Take maybe a couple of yards more and just attack the flag. And I'm pretty certain they're looking to do that.
Well, the pin location here on the 18th hole today is 28 yards in and 6 yards from the right. What a shot there by Yuvraj Singh Sandhu.
Brilliant shot by Yuvraj.
That is definitely one of the toughest flags over here to approach. I think most players would be favoring towards the left side of that flag location. In fact, let me tell you, even going over the green on this hole, especially in line with the flag, is a really, really difficult up and down.
What kind of yardage are we looking at?
I think Yuvraj must have had about 120 odd yards, maybe 110 yards to the flag. But like I said, you have to be aggressive with caution over here. You go over the green, it's a difficult up and down. You've got a little bit too much of slope to navigate from that side and very less room to navigate from. Yuvraj Singh Sandhu currently number 2 on the order of merit, and with the number of tournaments that Ajitesh Sandhu has played so far, who is leading the order of merit, I think unless and until Ajitesh plays a few more and is able to take off, Yuvraj Singh Sandhu has a great chance this year to be the order of merit champion.
I think, to be honest, Yuvraj has been the pick of all the players. He has definitely played the hottest golf of all.
There's no doubt about that.
He's been on song, and if you look at the scoring and the way he just plays, like this week for him, if you ask him, it would be an off week. He would be very disappointed with his game, knowing his high standards. But he's still 5 under, maybe he'll finish 6 under and creep into the top 20.
But a superb chance for him to be order of merit champion this year with a lot of big events still remaining. So if he's saving up his form for maybe the 3CR event that comes up at the end of the year, that's even better, isn't it?
That's a lot of prize money, almost. Like for example, this week the winner takes.
I don't even know how many zeros are there in that.
Yeah.
How many zeros are there, Shaurya?
Have
you any idea? 3CR?
I would also not know. My apologies. It's rarefied air. So
I guess this is all our knowledge can do now. And
just if you look at the winner now at this week, getting on close to 24-25 lakh in that season-ending tournament, you get 50 lakh. So that's a lot of prize money to play for. I mean, obviously the highest prize funds ever, and this week as well. It's just been, watershed moment for Indian golf, and our thanks to the sponsor Take, and obviously the legend Mr. Jeev Milkha Singh, what he is being able to string together, not just his own career, but now giving back to the game and being involved in this tournament, taking time out and organizing and being here and guiding the next set of great golfers. That's how you take a game to the next level, and he's been very instrumental in doing that.
Arjun Singh coming up from the back of the green over here, a little bit left off the flag. This should have him big left-right turn and all the way uphill. Needs to be a little bit aggressive with this one. I said a little bit more aggression was required on that shot.
Should be a makeable putt for him. I suspect that one of the weapons that's not working today for Yuvraj would be that putter. Otherwise, he would be deep under par. He's currently level par for the day, so maybe he can finish off on a positive note by holding this putt. It's a unique putting grip, has that left index finger down on the shaft. Bobbled a little bit.
Oops.
Yeah, it's been that kind of a day for him. When they don't go your way, they just don't go in the hole. There's nothing much you can do.
When you hit such a nice shot to this kind of a flag location, it's just such a heartbreaking moment to not be able to convert it.
Yeah, you can see that in the body language. He's not too happy. Obviously, he'll bounce back and he'll try and make amends next week. Arjun Singh now trying to clean up for his par.
This one's going to break a lot from the left to the right for Arjun Singh. That seems like a Scotty Cameron. Does not seem like a Odyssey putter anymore to me. Well, whatever putter it is, I think it's the same shape he's played for many years now. Didn't have enough pace on that
Just
one.
about leaving it on the left-hand side.
Didn't have enough pace on that putt, Arjun Singh.
Look at Jyoti Randhawa here at hole number 15. So you can see that he has unleashed a big drive here. It's a good 40 yards ahead of that tree. Seems to be coming in with nothing more than a pitching wedge. And that's that coming back to my point about Jyoti Randhawa still being in the best form even after his age. It's really commendable. I think that's not even a pitching wedge. It looks to be one of the lofted 50-degree wedges, a gap wedge.
ये मेन्यू से करना पड़ेगा.
Oh, that's a brilliant shot by Jyoti right there.
ये वो है ना, क्या बोलते हैं इसको, पैनासोनिक.
Really does enjoy the game of golf, does Jyoti Randhawa. Having been a professional for such a long time, having achieved so much in the game of golf, still has that fire in the belly to put the work and compete with the youngsters. And I think that's one of the reasons is for his longevity, is because he still holds himself to a high standard. Arjun Bhati, getting to learn so much from Jyoti. So is Varun Parekh. Both of these players really having a great opportunity to play alongside this legend today. It's going to be an interesting shot for Varun from short of the green, maybe about 20 yards short. That ball looks a little embedded, and given where the flag is, this is. I mean, he definitely does have his work cut out. It's going to be a great shot to get anywhere within 15 feet, depending on the lie. You can see he has that club face wide open. With it's going to require a lot of deft touch. You need to ensure that you do not decelerate, and while also rotating that upper body, and then sort of when the club is around near your waist. Waist height in your follow through, then you have to sort of stop it there. So it's a lot of moving parts and a lot of coordination involved in this kind of a flop where you want to generate that sort of height and get it out soft. Can't really generate much spin from the rough. Although the lie, I mean, it initially looked a little embedded, but I think that if you can make a lot out by the way the club is sitting. So ball seems to be way up there, so that makes things a little easier. But contact will need to be perfect if he has to have an opportunity to make par here. I think that is just brilliant by him. That's a 10 on 10 shot by Varun. That was not easy by any account. Fantastic shot right there. Not just power, this young man has a deft touch as well. Kalin Joshi now making another birdie on hole number 12, reaching 3 under par for the day and 11 under for the tournament. It's only 2 shots behind, so seems to be a lot of traffic towards the upper end of this leaderboard. Yeah, Shamim Khan as well, who's at 3 under. He'll be looking to make a couple of birdies. Hopefully, he's got off to a little bit of a sedate start on the back nine with a couple of pars, but that's all good because 10th and 11th are not really birdie holes. 10th is a difficult par 4, yielding very few birdies, if any. This putter brick a little bit to his left, right at the end. Oh, unfortunately, giving that a little bit too much of a hit, and he'll have that 2.5 footer coming back for his par. Now Jyoti Randhawa. He does have that distinct style of reading the line. He does seem to sway from side to side, as you can see, trying to get in a different understanding of where the ball would break. Oh, that's a brilliant putt right there by Jyoti Randhawa. Varun Parekh will now try and save his par on hole number 15.
चांदी चांदी
putt should break a little bit, maybe to his left, so right center should just about do it. He was able to see Arjun's putt, and that would have helped him gather an understanding on which way this putt would break downhill. So speed should not be an issue either, should be able to get there on its own. Using that mallet style putter. That's a brilliant putt. You can see what that means to the player. Fist bump after making that putt. So good, well done by Varun, being able to save his par there.
Today was the biggest highlight of my golfing career, or my golfing life. There is no career around it. So, playing with Jeev, I played with Jeev earlier as well, but playing with UV as well. So two greats of their own sports. UV trying his hand at golf. It's a 320-yard drive. You know, he is trying to be straight as much as he can, but he is an amazing golfer, and I think it was a pleasure playing with him.
Back to the live action here at the Jeev Milkha Singh Invitational 2022 presented by Take, live from Chandigarh Golf Club. The leader currently is Chikka Rangappa, who has reached the score of 14 under par after birding hole number 10. Karandeep Kuchar now finds himself one shot behind Chikka Rangappa. Gaganjeet Bhullar 2 shots behind at 12 under par, and then we have Cullen and Shamim tied at 11 under par. Interesting day of golf. It's definitely shaping up into something exciting for our viewers and even for the commentators here. This tournament has seen quite a few playoffs, and seems like this might be another one, unless Chikarankappa can really run away with this one on the back nine. The back nine does provide some birdie opportunities for these players, especially holes like the par 4 12, the par 5 13th, 16, 17, then 18, five legitimate birdie holes. And I think even for these long hitters, a hole like the 15th, which is troublesome for a lot of the field, but for these longer hitters, they can cut the corner and bomb one out there, have nothing more than a pitching wedge in their hand. So, a lot of opportunities for these players to still make birdies here.
So Chikarangappa S has now taken solo lead now at 14 under par with a birdie on the 10th hole. Interesting stuff happening over here as Cullen Joshi moves up that leaderboard with birdies on 10th as well as on 12th to be at 11 under par for the tournament.
So your prediction is, sort of coming true. Kandeep Kochar at second and Gaganjeet Bhullar in hot pursuit. But Chika Rangappa is, he has other ideas. I think he's, the camera caught me a little unawares there.
Doesn't it always?
Give us a little bit of a warning there, please.
Doesn't it always?
Yeah,
friend here likes to lay back a little bit and watch some golf. It's like a popcorn time for you, is it?
It's been a long day, and you want to be able to enjoy the golf. Well, a lot of the times when we are looking at these players, reel of birdies, we go back into nostalgia mode.
Well, there's a lot of action that we are looking forward to. Chikka has now moved up to 14 under par. What do you think is going to be the order of the day? There's a lot many more holes to go, especially the birdie holes that remain, especially from hole number 13 onwards. There's 13, there's 16th, 17th, and 18th, all three birdie opportunities in the end. In fact, the 16th, you never know, could be an eagle. The 13th also could be an eagle opportunity. So if someone gets really, wants to put their pedal on the gas, could actually turn things around. We have seen one eagle from Jyoti Randhawa today on the 13th hole. We've seen multiple birdies coming up over there, but I think that flag position today is tough for an eagle, but definitely is a makeable birdie, especially at the length of that hole.
Yes, talking about
the 16th, I think probably is approachable only by someone like a Bhullar and and maybe an Abhijit.
I think even somebody like Chika Rangappa can get there into. He does have the firepower to
reach absolutely.
That green.
Absolutely, Chika can.
Probably Karandeep Kochar might not be able to make it all the way onto the putting surface too, but we're seeing that these players can still make a lot of birdies. Karandeep has been consistent. I have a feeling that Gaganjeet, who's not been able to make much of a move on, has finally made a birdie on the
11th hole.
On the 11th hole, and now he's only one shot behind. So as I said, I expect this player to start making birdies because obviously he's playing well. The putts would not have been dropping on the front nine.
I think that just that early starter on the first hole probably just slowed him down a little bit, and then he steadied himself later.
I think sometimes when the putts don't drop, there's not much you can do. You can't really force your way in golf.
Right.
If the putts don't drop, you can't do much. You just have to be a little patient and follow your routine. So with him now making that birdie, I think hole 12, 13, 14, I have a feeling even 15th, if they can bomb a drive, just get a pitching wedge down there. So it should be exciting to watch, especially with the finishing three holes. And what's more important, obviously, these players are ahead. You also have a look at the chasing pack. The likes of Kalin Joshi. With his power, anything is possible.
Absolutely. In fact, Colin was also one of the players who can get up onto the 16th in two shots. So that could be an advantage, Colin Joshi as well. And coming from behind, he knows he has nothing to lose. So he could just go on firing away. And that also is Colin's usual game. He likes to fire away.
Angad Chima having a brilliant day today. He's at 4 under for the day and 7 under for the tournament. So good going by Angad. Some of the other notable rounds, Yashas Chandra is at 4 under. So obviously he is making a run for this tournament as well. Kapil Kumar 3 under for the day. You have Tappy and Ankur 2 under for the day. And towards the lower end of the leaderboard, you have Mohammad Sanju, Badal Hussain, and Amardeep Malik, who are at 2 under and 1 under for the tournament, respectively. As we have a look at hole number 18, I'm going to show you the difference in length. You can see that Veer is about 30 yards ahead of, maybe about 25 to 30 yards ahead of M. Dharma. So that is what that prodigious length gives you an advantage because you get closer to the hole. Dharma there, that yellow marker is 150 yards to the front edge. So Dharma seems to be about maybe somewhere in the vicinity of 120 to the front edge and another 28. So that makes the shot about 148 or maybe 145. But coming out of this rough, I mean, this is not going to be easy because the ball will bounce. The carry cannot be, really, you can't really rely on the yardage too much because the ball can jump or it can come out a little fat as well, depending on the lie. You can't trust your yardage, so you have to take your medicine and play to the left. I think he would be looking towards the front left of the green, maybe pitch it and try to roll it till the back edge. That would be the prudent play. And he also likes to favor a draw, so that's not the ideal shape on this shot. I think he's done brilliantly well
Superb
from
shot
there.
by M. Dharma in prime position. Back to the live action here at the Chandigarh Golf Club, the Jeev Milkha Singh Invitational 2022, presented by Take. A little bit of a technical glitch over there from our end. We are back with the live action. Veer Rawat's group now on the 18th green, finishing up their campaign here in Chandigarh, as the players will hereafter move to the Pune Golf Club for the Pune Open. Members of the Chandigarh Golf Club finally getting time to play and have an empty tee box there, not wasting any moments. You can already see them there on the first tee.
Yes, absolutely.
Ready to go.
They're raring to go and trying to emulate the professionals. That iconic gazebo. We've been juniors, and it's one of the fondest places to sit.
Absolutely, yeah. Things haven't changed there, have they? Which is actually quite charming, if you ask me.
Exactly. It's nice that they've retained the original structure and everything else that goes on around it.
100%. In fact, that new addition to the first floor of the gazebo is actually a nice touch over there. You could actually have a little bit of a balcony view into this 18th green from there.
This water hazard also, it's been there for about a decade, or it was always there. I can't quite remember if it was there in our junior days.
I think it
don't
wasn't
so.
there in the junior days, but it did come up once I turned amateur. So once you were amateur well. I think you turned professional before I did, for sure. So I think at the time it was already a water hazard.
Yeah, I think it was around 2007 or 8 that this hazard came up, maybe 6 or 7, but it was not there prior to that. In junior days, I remember there used to be a bunker only.
I didn't play much of junior golf, but when I started playing amateur golf, I did see this hazard, and it was always staring into my face.
But yes, so this is a worthy addition, I think, obviously.
I think it gives a whole new charm to this green and this hole.
Much
altogether.
required as well.
Absolutely, and it makes the whole thing a lot more interesting. And I think the way they designed the green along this hazard on the front, it's just been done so phenomenally that each shot coming into this green is quite is now a challenging golf shot. In fact, the new addition which has come up in the last couple of years was the left fairway bunker over here, which I think also adds a little bit to the toughness, because if you're in
It's
that
only-
fairway bunker, like we saw Chadda there yesterday, it is a difficult shot.
I think it's a good bunker in a way that if you're a player who is able to hit it, well over 310, 20, then that is a hazard that you contend. It's not really there for the medium hitters or even the medium long hitters. It's out of reach. But
This one's this bunker has really forced you to now definitely cut the ball into the fairway.
Yes.
Earlier, a lot of players used to run it up into the left rough also and still could end up getting a shot.
I think that's good. Also, kind of makes it even because normally you see a lot of the impediments which are there on a golf course don't really affect long hitters because everything, all the trouble tends to start at about 260 and end at about 290. So this is, they sort of, as I said, they used to tiger-proof golf courses. This is, I think, long hitter-proofing the golf courses as M. Dharma gets into that spider-like stance.
This putt for M. Dharma to finish at 8 under par, but lost its steam halfway there. Par there for M. Dharma would finish his tournament campaign this week at a total score of 7 under par and a tie for 17th position. Of course, the positions can move up and down depending on how the rest of the players finish. Udayan Mane still continuing his hot pursuit at 4 under par for the day. Sandeep Singh on the last.
That's a brilliant putt right there, but Sandeep just about missing that. Good effort there.
Just a backhand tap in for Sandeep Singh there. Easy peasy. Veer Lawat coming up from the back of that flag location on the 18th hole. Downhill left-right putt for Veer. Veer currently at total score of 7 under par, making that one putt in on the last fast putt there for Veer Lawat. Finishing his campaign currently showing as a 7 under par finish for him. We will apprise you shortly of the total score finished by Veer as well as M. Dharma. Finishing off a long week, other players practice round, pro-am, 4 days of grueling golf, 72 holes, and here they are now. Chikkarangappa still leads the way at 14 under par. We see Manu Gandas and Thangaraja now making their way onto the 18th hole.
They seem to be quite a fair distance behind. I think might not have gone with driver. It seems. And the first time we're seeing players quite a distance there. To be honest, I think that's almost about 170 yards to the front. It seems that way.
Also seems like a 7 or an 8 iron in Manu Gandas' hand.
Yeah, really, coming from a long way behind. I think might have hit something. Might be coming out from almost 200 yards, it seems.
What
But
a great shot. Does not really
that
matter.
that really matters for him. What a brilliant shot.
Lovely shot there by Manu Gandas. All of 18 feet or 20 feet now for
I
birdie.
think that's a brilliant shot given that amount of distance that he's coming from. Thanga
Thanga seems to have tugged that one a little bit. And he surely has tugged it enough.
Honey now, he seems to be in the perfect territory in order to attack for birdie. All of 80 yards over that hazard. Look for this to be all over the flagstick.
He's definitely gone for it. Anytime now. Spot the ball contest here, ladies and gentlemen. Who's up for it?
We're still trying to discern where that ball has gone.
Your guess is as good as mine. I think Hani Besoya has come in just short and just right off the green there, but still
That's a horrible chip.
potentially looks like something that he could be a little more aggressive with. The thick stuff always makes it more challenging to start the ball on line with a chip as well.
Yes, depending on the lie, a lot would be determined by the kind of shot that he can actually go for. That will be based on the lie of the ball.
As news is now flowing in, Gaganjeet Bhullar has made birdies on hole number 11 and 12 to tie the lead of 14 under par alongside Chikkarangappa S. And Karandeep Kochar seems to have dropped a shot on hole number 10 to drop off 2 shots shy. Rahil Gangji also making his way at 12 under par.
And so, as I predicted, Gaganjeet Bhullar really letting off some steam now. All those birdies that were not coming on the front nine. Seems like the tap has opened up and birdies are flowing. And the good thing is, he's birdied the holes which are not really easy holes per se. 11th, 12th, you still have to hit a good shot. Now he has the 13th, the inviting 16th, 17th, and 18th. So he has a lot of birdie holes in front of him.
As we take a look back now at Hani Besoya coming up from the right side of that green. This ball is going to move a little bit from the right to the left. Hani has elected to take the pin out. Half of the players using the pin in while they are putting. Half of them taking the pin out when they're chipping. Never know what the player really wants. Has he got it? Has he got it? Has he got it? Besoya with a superb attempt there for a chip in. Unfortunately, would have to settle for a par.
That's a good effort, nevertheless.
Absolutely.
Very controlled effort. Sometimes you don't quite realize, our viewers, when they try these shots at home, especially these short chip shots, it's very easy to run them a good 5 or 6 feet by. Especially if the ball is nestled down in the rough, because you require to first hit that ball hard enough for it to pop out of the rough, and sometimes that can result in a lot of topspin.
I believe that you had given our viewers a chipping lesson when there was a tournament at the Noida Golf Club. I think these kind of shots should be no trouble for you.
Yeah, I use my sand wedge even on the green. But I find that the shorter chip shot from the rough, like especially closer to the green, where you have to generate that speed, otherwise you just leave that ball in the rough, and you also need to get the perfect contact. That is where you really do see a separation of the normal players from the best players. The best players are always very consistent. Now let's see if Thangaraja lies in the former or the latter category.
Thanga's left himself literally an uphill task to be taken care of.
Yes, and take care of he must. Currently sitting at even par for the day. Good comeback by him. I think he had a very
Probably one of the best comebacks that we've seen.
yeah, a bogey and a double bogey to start the day. That's like a bolt from the blue. Seriously, that can shake up the best players. But he's done really well to come back from that so far.
Currently showing as even par after 3 birdies made on his scorecard, and Thangaraja with birdies on 9th, 12th and 13th to be at even par for the tournament. The last 3 hole score is something we await. As the leader group is now on the 13th hole, things will tend to get more interesting around here. Manu Gandas on the 18th for his birdie. Lots of players coming up short of this hole, not really gauging the amount of uphill it is for that putt. Although our friend N. Thangaraja will not have that leverage, as he is putting for par, so he better put in enough speed on that putt, isn't it? All that good work that he's put in through all these 17 holes today. Thangaraja, look for that putt to move a little bit from the left to the right. But we'll need enough speed on that. I think Thanga will go with a little bit of a firm approach here to save his par on the last. Thangaraja.
That looked good all the way, unfortunately.
Absolutely. Maybe he just moved a little bit too quickly, didn't he?
Yeah,
oh, look at this man. He's always smiling. Still got a smile on his face, even though he's just made a bogey on the final hole from the fairway. An absolute delight to play with this man. There we have him. N. Thangaraja from Sri Lanka. Jamal Hussain Molla from Bangladesh, again hugging on to that tie for 5th position at 11 under par, 3 under par for the day. We have Kalin Joshi and Shamim Khan also at 11 under par, 3 under par for the day, each of them as well. Om Prakash Chauhan at a tie for 8th position at 10 under par, 4 under par for the day.
Jamal has really been impressive this season. Even look at today, he doesn't quite give up. He's made 2 birdies on the 11th and then the 13th, so maybe a couple more. Get yourself to about 13, maybe somehow reach that 14 under mark.
Jamal almost seems to be like an answer to India Shamim Khan, isn't it?
Yes, absolutely. He's very consistent.
Yeah, he's a very consistent golfer.
I think
in fact, see him around that place always. Yeah, there he is. Long life.
I think
Jamal Hussain Molla
has run into some trouble on this hole on 15th. It's definitely not here with his drive.
probably must have miscued it on the left side, had a bit of a chip out, it seems. Jamal really doesn't have the amount of carry required to be taking it on from the left side. Most likely, has probably ended up in trouble due to that.
He's very good with these shots, though, about 50 to 70 yards.
Absolutely. Although the pin today on the 15th hole is perched up on the front part of the green, so getting enough spin on that and stopping it that early is going to be a challenge for Jamal.
See his ball flight. There will be a perceptible draw when he hits this, especially with the pin being on the front left. Maybe he's disturbed by something or he's a little confused.
Well, pin only 12 yards from the front edge, needs to put in enough yardage and enough spin both at the same time. Jamal Hussain Mola hitting his third on the 15th hole, currently at 11 under par for the tournament.
I predict that the ball will have a lot of leftward spin when he pitches it. Just have a look at this one, Rahul. Oh, that's a brilliant shot right
That's
there.
actually
right
a pretty
over
good
the-
effort there by Jamal Hussain Mola. Although news as it flows in now, Akshay Sharma, local lad, birdies on 13, 14 and 15 to be at 12 under par, 2 shots adrift from the lead.
So the back nine is really heating up and the competition is getting intense.
Well, absolutely. He's made birdies on 13, which we've been expecting players to make on, but 14th and 15th as well, tougher holes on the golf course, and now moving into 16th, 17th, and 18th. Could he be the damage maker around here? Who knows?
This is a dogfight like no other. There's so many players who are competing for this tournament at this point in time. You have 10, my apologies, 11 players within 4 shots of the lead. So
What a tournament it is. The Jeev Milkha Singh Invitational always manages to create enough drama coming towards the end.
Karandeep here at hole number 12. That's a brilliant drive by him. Big drive. Got about 30 yards ahead of that tree.
A good wedge player on the 12th hole definitely can make a birdie, and a good wedge player is Karandeep Kochar.
That's
A
a brilliant
beautiful shot by Karan.
I think he's definitely added some yards to his driving.
Yes, he has. He's been working very hard on his fitness as well on his swing. Things have been moving at Chikkarangappa coming from the right side. Looks like he tried to take it over on the shortcut from the right for this tee shot. Landed himself up into some of the thick stuff. A little bit difficult to gauge the spin on this ball.
It has a lot of carry to be there. That's only all of maybe 60, 65 yards to the flag. So that's
The only challenge here, Shaurya, is that the green is quite tabletopish, and to get that ball enough flight and drop it at the correct spot is going to be the challenge, especially from the angle that he's coming in, pin perched up slightly towards the right side. It seems like he likes it.
that's a
Beautifully
brilliant shot,
done by Chikkarangappa.
Able to put a
from
lot of
Bangalore.
spin on that from that rough now.
So I think he added some speed there at the bottom of the ball and get some
you
grooves
saw,
into it.
Yes, there was a deliberate motion where he sort of swept under the ball. As we have a look at Gaganjeet Bhullar, who made 2 birdies, and this will be the. This is a little bit of a play out. We're showing you play from about 5 minutes ago.
Jeev Bhullar, does he have that wedge play in as well?
He sure
Superb
does.
shot there for Gaganjeet Bhullar. What great shots here by the leaders. Gaganjeet Bhullar coming up within 3 feet of the hole. Karandeep Kochar about 7 feet past the hole. And Chikkarangappa coming in from the rough but still managing about 10 or 12 feet from that whole location. Enough spin on the ball by Chikkarangappa, really showcasing some fast movement of that club head under the ball. Interesting turn of events happening over here at this play out that we are looking at. Chikka will be going first for his birdie. This putt is going all the way downhill. A little bit break, I think, from the right to the left, unless the grain movement is from the left to the right. Should not have too much of a break though. Right left putt here for Chikka. Can you imagine this? 10 players within 4 shots of the lead. Amazing. Oh, that's a lot of break from the right to left. Doesn't seem like less at all. I think it's broken a little too early, hasn't it? Also never had enough pace there. See, Karandeep Kochar also would be having a little bit of a curler from the right to the left. Will he be having enough speed on that putt or not? We shall wait and watch.
Would have benefited from that putt that Chikka hit. The speed and line would not be such a mystery now.
Yep, although Chikka's line of putt was completely different. He was coming from more of a 12 o'clock angle to the hole, while a friend here is coming out from more of a 2 o'clock angle. So the line and the speed both are going to differ a little bit. But yes, definitely should have given him a fair idea as to how this putt will behave going in the end. Karandeep Kochar trying to get to 13 under par here. He pulled that one from get-go. That wasn't a good attempt at all. Very unlike Kochar. Usually very, very solid putter of that golf ball.
Yeah, really bad putt by his standards.
Absolutely. Gaganjeet Bhullar has got this 3-footer now. Uphill left to right for birdie. Better look at birdie than all the other players in this group. He's got more of an uphill, can be more aggressive and firm with that putt. Advantage Bhullar. Bhullar making that birdie here on the 12th hole. Birdies on 11th and 12th, going to tie Chikkarangappa S for the lead at 14 under par. 2 shots ahead of the chasing pack of Akshay Sharma and Karandeep Kochar, the duo from Chandigarh. There we have that live leaderboard for our second leader group. Jamal, Rahil and Karan. My apologies, that's our third leader group that started out today. Kochar now for par on the 12th. There'll be par for Chikkarangappa S as well to stick around at 14 under par. Going into the 13th hole now is the leader group. Big shout out to Olympian Udayan Mane, score, having finished with a round of 67 here at the Chandigarh Golf Club to finish at a tie for 12th position at a total score of 9 under par. A long time coming for Udayan Mane to get into the mix. 70, 73, 69 and a 67 to close in on the Jeev Milkha Singh Invitational 2022. As we take a look now at hole number 15th, walking up are Rashid Khan, Abhijit Singh Chadha. Third playing partner Shamim Khan, as we see him emerging from behind Rashid.
Rashid currently sitting at 10 under par. You feel he'd have to birdie every hole coming in if he has to have a chance, maybe even eagling one of those holes, right?
Absolutely, he will have to. And I think most of the challenge now lies between Chikka, Gaganjeet, Akshay, and Karandeep. And Cullen as well, if he can get something going on the 16th, 17th, and 18th holes.
I think Cullen can easily be 2 under, but 13 is not going to do it. He needs to at least be, I think, at 14. Obviously, I feel with those birdie holes coming up, 15 or 16 is a number, but if Cullen can post 14...
I think the leader is going to move into 15 or 16 under par pretty soon before you and I even blink an eyelid.
Not a good score. Udayan Mane is shooting a 5 under par today. So it's good to see him back in form, 9 under for the tournament. Abhijit Singh Chadha not being able to have the final round that he would have hoped for. He's 1 over for the day, 10 under for the tournament, 4 shots behind with 4 holes to go. Shamim from just shy of the green, opting to go with the putter here.
Oh, what a putt
by Shamim Khan right there.
Shamim Khan, he never misses to surprise you, does he? Buddy here to go to 12 under par.
Coming back to our discussion, he has a penchant for doing that. As I told you in Bombay when I saw him hold cross-country putts, he's one of the only few players you see holding these long putts.
I saw his interview of his yesterday where he said that, no, I do not try to change my game plan. I just go along with the same game plan that I have. And I try to do nothing different. I think he definitely tries to get some heat on that putter.
Definitely. And then seems to be working right now. The putter now, he would move to 12 under par with the last 3 holes to go. He could definitely reach 14 under par.
At this length of a golf course and Shamim Khan's length of the tee, I think Shamim is putting up such a stellar show today. He is 4 under par for the day and 12 under for the tournament.
Fantastic effort by him.
And a bogey-free round at that. 16th, 17th, 18th. I wouldn't be surprised to see him making 2 more birdies as he closes in. Abhijit Chadha on the 15th, putting for birdie. Chadha have it, just Chadha have it. Oh, what a superb effort there for Abhijit Singh Chadha. Superb effort, but not really making it to the bottom of the cup, that one. I really don't think. I think the only thing that can be better than that putt is probably the ball dropping in the hole. Really great effort there by Chadha. Rashid Khan on the 15th appears to be his putt for birdie here. Currently 2 under par for the day. Bogey-free round so far for Rashid.
Should be a very makeable putt for Rashid. Break a little bit from the right edge. See him holding this one.
Oh wow!
That's what he does. He's a very confident putter. He doesn't quite.
He doesn't back down from these. He goes with everything a little bit on the firm side.
Yes.
He's always touch firm with everything.
He was certain about the line and just fires away. That's what I really like about his game. He's certain. Now, if you look at hole number 15, my apologies, 13, the par 5.
Yes, this is the tee shot. Surprisingly, Gaganjeet Bullard going with a fairway metal over here. I think he's trying to place it somewhere between those two trees.
That's what I
around
did
the
as well.
200-yard mark. But yeah, you must have hit your fairway metal like what, 180 yards off the tee?
No, I actually hit a brilliant shot here.
Didn't you mention that on the third hole you hit a 3-wood off the tee box on that par 3 and you missed the green, and that's why you find that hole so tough now?
7-9. But 3-wood is very prudent play here.
Gaganjeet Bullard eyeing that one down the fairway.
Almost scaring it to scamper on further. Chikarangappa. Chika's definitely the more aggressive player.
Yes, he doesn't fear anything. He's going with the big stick here.
I really like that about Chikarangappa's play.
Chika, no fear there. He'll give it all he's got. Oh, yes, he did. But he did really slip off a lot too, right? Completely turned away from that one.
Yeah, that was a weird swing.
Yeah, he did really turned away from that one a little bit too hard. And got that club left way behind him, left way behind him, ended up leaking that one out, blocking it to the right. Even our friend here, Karandeep Kochar, seems to be going with the big stick or the fairway metal.
The fairway metal. It's still mysteriously not quite sure.
Absolutely.
I think it seems like the driver now, or what is it exactly?
No, it's difficult to tell. Seems like a driver.
Seems like a
Or is that
driver.
a mini driver? What is it?
But the ball is teed a lot lower, so it's really confusing.
Can someone please show me what club is that? Gaganjeet Bullard keeping an eye on Karandeep Kochar. On to the hole number 17, Akshay Sharma.
Akshay would be looking to give this a mighty blow.
I think he knows that he needs to place it somewhere around the 70-80 yard mark.
No, he's happy with that. Going to pick up his tee.
I think the only challenge from going into another angle over here actually is that for the ball to drop in the fairway and be able to stop at the right spot is very difficult. Even if you pitch it correctly, and it might just run off to the other side of the fairway.
This will be an interesting view. Amrit Lal, with that unique swing, you would really see him
Hands at the back,
give
arms
it
disconnected from the body.
like a baseball swing on the down, very aggressive with the upper body. Have a look at that swing.
Weak grip as well. A lashing at it.
A little bit like Lian Man Chong. Shades of Lian Man Chong.
Yang Wen Chong actually has his arms moving very close to his body all through and through. Very. See what our friend Amrit Lal is doing on that leaderboard today. Amrit Lal currently at 9 under par for the tournament, 1 under par for the day. As we take a look at Arjun Bhati on the last hole and finish up with a birdie, wouldn't be. I will tap it in for a par here, playing alongside Jyoti Randhawa and Varun Parekh. Varun Parekh coming from just on the green. here from the backside of this flag location, and would come up short as well. Lots of players coming up short here on the 18th hole. Not really getting it all the way up there. All smiles there for Varun Parekh as he finishes his campaign here at the Chandigarh Golf Club at the Jeev Milkha Singh Invitational 2022.
Jyoti Randhawa now on your screens. Level par for the day, 6 under for the tournament. So good outing.
Varun Parekh with rounds of 72, 70, 68 and 74 to finish in with a total of 4 under par. Jyoti Randhawa, just nostalgic moves there by him. And that slow cheetah-like movement getting onto the ball just before the putt. This is like a signature move of Jyoti Randhawa.
Absolutely. This is a makeable putt.
Yeah, I also like the way he putts the ball. He's got a nice hit stroke on the putt, not a guide stroke, and hit stroke it is. He did get that one past the hole, unlike the other players, but not at the bottom of the cup. Foreign golfers there at the Chandigarh Golf Club teeing off in the background. Jyoti Randhawa currently at a tie for 21st position with rounds of 67, 70 and 70 in the first 3 rounds, and currently playing to even par for the final day. This will be the end of the campaign here of the 72 holes for Jyoti Randhawa, Varun Parekh and their third playing partner Arjun Bhati. Arjun Bhati finishing at a tie for 19th position at 7 under par.
Good outing for Jyoti Randhawa this week.
Absolutely.
6 under par. Great effort. Goes to show you that how important it is to keep yourself fit and
Aging like fine wine, isn't he?
Absolutely. I think he's one of the only few golfers we've seen exhibit that kind of ball striking at this age, to be honest with
I
you.
think
Still-
Jeev Milkha Singh and Arjun Atwal also are very, very fit gentlemen. They've also kept themselves up to shape. Jeev, of course, has been battling injuries, but even though he's been battling injuries, that man also never backs down from any sort of, practice or workouts. I've always seen him. He's probably one of the most, committed persons to his workout as well as to his, practice routines. You'd go to Chandigarh, and if he's in town, it's definite that you will see him at least twice on the driving range, once in the morning, once in the evening.
Especially at the CGA driving range. Whenever we'd have tournaments, and I remember seeing Jeev over there. And I used to play with 2 golf balls and try to compete against each
Yes.
other. And even tell, I remember one of the things that, he would say he would definitely make eagle with one of the balls on a par
There are
5.
stories of him that he would
So,
play the second, third, the fourth, the fifth, and then the par 3, then the 12th, 13th, and 14th to finish up. And he would play this leg of holes, and he would actually play 2 golf balls and bet exactly what you said. Like on the second, he'd say, "I'll make birdie with one, eagle with the other."
But that's the kind of confidence that he had. And
Spectacular, isn't it?
yeah, especially in his age. What he did, it's like how I think it was Roger Bannister who broke the 4-minute mile record. Once he did that, there was a lot of other people who could do that. So I think what Jeev has done for Indian golf is very similar. There were not many people who believed that an Indian could go on compete. Like Atwal won on the PGA Tour, but Jeev won a little bit before that on the European Tour. Really
Won that
dominated.
Scottish Open,
Yeah, and
that was
I
one
think for an
phenomenal
Indian
win.
golfer to win on the European Tour, you also need that belief that yes, if he can do it, then I can do it. It opens doors for the others, and that's what really happened because of Jeev's multiple victories, not just one, and his dominant performances in Europe. It has really opened the doors for all of Indian golfers. Jyoti Randhawa came close many times. Unfortunately, I remember even in that tournament, Italy losing out in a playoff. But he was a regular on the European Tour, one of the best players. And I remember that time there was Jyoti, Jeev, and Shiv who were regulars on the European Tour, and they were really playing well. So, when you see that, when you see a lot of our players doing well on these bigger tours, the younger golfers, today if you look at the likes of Yuvraj Singh, and Chikkarangappa, so on and so forth. When they see these players, they realize that yes, we can also do it.
Absolutely. I mean, it is definitely a whole lot of encouragement, and someone has to pave the pathway. And I think gentlemen like Jeev Milkha Singh, Arjun Atwal, and Jyoti Randhawa definitely were the pioneers in actually paving that way for Indian golfers. As we take a look at the leader group arriving, I think, on to the 15th hole, pars on the 13th and the 14th for all of the leaders over here. Unfortunately, not really making the most of the situation, but 15th is where they are at now. Karandeep Kochar there in the middle of the fairway on the 15th. Karandeep Kochar, even though a long way away from this green here on the 15th, needs to make a couple of birdies. Kochar, as he made his way up onto the green. Oh, a lovely shot there by Karandeep Kochar. Long way away from the green, let me tell you. He's probably must have hit maybe a 6-iron or so, or maybe even a 5-iron for that matter, from that location. Superb shot there by Karandeep Kochar, about 18 or 20 feet away from the flag. Difficult flag to get to, this one. Lots of crowds out there at the Chandigarh Golf Club supporting Karandeep Kochar and all the other players in this group. Chikkarangappa and Gaganjeet Bhullar also playing in this group are at 14 under par. Karandeep Kochar lacking behind so far by 2 shots. Needs to make something happen over the next couple of holes. Chikkarangappa coming up also from a pretty good position here on the right side of the fairway. Looks like he's just about made it into the fairway on this hole. 40 friendly follower there as well that Chikka has found. Seems to have made an aggressive swing at that one. What a great shot there by Chikkarangappa as well. 15 feet away from the flag for birdie on the 15th. Gaganjeet Bhullar seems to have found some sort of trouble off the tee, and now we'll have Pada. Seems to be like a 30-yard pitch and putt remaining to save an up and down to make par here on the 15th hole. This is definitely going to be an important one here for Bhullar.
We've seen quite a few players having a little bit of trouble on this hole, having to chip out.
This is definitely one of the most difficult holes on this golf course, especially coming into this closing stretch.
tournament is poised for an interesting finish today.
Well, will this be the fifth time running for this tournament to go into a playoff? This tournament has always ended with a playoff. Last year, this playoff was played between Shiv Kapoor and Rashid Khan, which Shiv Kapoor won on the first extra hole. 2020 saw Karandeep Kochhar and Anirban Lahiri go on for till third extra hole, where Karandeep Kochhar won. 2019 saw Ajitesh Sandhu, local lad, against Rashid Khan, and Ajitesh won on the fourth extra hole. Chikka and Karandeep have also gone into a playoff in 2018, which Chikka won on the first extra hole. So, of course, Chikka, Karandeep both in the fray again this year. Bullard, yeah, opened that club up, needs some spin. He knows that. Yes, he's got that club under. What a beautiful golf
Beautiful
shot.
shot by Gaganjeet.
Stunning stuff there by Gaganjeet Bullard, showcasing some supreme short game skills. Will have about 6 feet from the right to the left to make par.
Really, a lot of takeaways for the viewers there. Keeping that club face open, turning that body, generating that speed, which is so important. Even in a short shot, you must realize that you need to accelerate through in order for the ball to spin. And
Absolutely, it's such a delicate mix of body speed as well as hand speed that goes through under the ball for a lob wedge to create enough amount of spin. Although I would recommend everyone to put in some practice onto that one. Don't just try it straight away on the golf course. It's not the easiest shot in the world.
And for those of you who are joining us here on ABP Live, we'd like to tell you that we have the Jeev Milkha Invitational 2022 presented by Take, being played at Chandigarh Golf Club. The tournament boasts of a prize fund of rupees 1.5 crore, the highest this year so far. And currently leading the proceedings are Chikka Rangappa and Gaganjeet Bullard at 14 under par.
Karandeep Kochhar now putting for birdie. And as my fellow commentator, just apprise you all of the tournament. A big thank you also to the sponsors of this event. Oh my God, that would be stopping in the jaws for Kochhar on the 15th hole, trying to make a move. Clearly, ball doesn't seem to want to drop in. Of course, this iconic tournament named after Jeev Milkha Singh is sponsored by Take. Take Sports Management Private Limited is sponsored by the promoters of Take Solutions Limited. Srinivasan HR and DB Ravi would be the promoters of Take Solutions, who focus on deserving sports and to enable opportunities for talented sportsmen. Take's ethos is to identify, nurture and support talent on their journey towards international success. Take has been committed to supporting Indian sports for well over a decade. Take Solutions, which has been supporting the tournament now. Inaugural year was 2018, all the way now 4 years have already completed. This is the 5th year in running for this iconic golf tournament. Chikka Rangappa for birdie here on the 15th. This will take Chikka from 14 under to 15 under par. Can he get that ball to the bottom of the cup? Only if he can get the ball all the way up to the cup.
I think this is a pivotal putt. Probably the most important thus far. Gaganjeet must make this. He doesn't want to go behind at this stage. This putt is so important. Oh, unfortunately, missing it on the lower side.
That'll be a costly mistake there for Gaganjeet Bullard.
Didn't quite expect that, to be honest. I thought Gaganjeet would make that.
Absolutely, with that
Seems a little
superb chip.
exasperated by that miss. Seems like a body blow out of the blue. Missing that kind of a putt was not expected. Here on hole number 18, OP Om Prakash Chauhan. This putt would really suit his putting style, left to right. Om Prakash Chauhan at 10 under par. He's another one of those regulars in the top 10. I think, I was just thinking it's so difficult for all the other players who are not regularly in the top 60 to try and make cut, because they're about, I can think of about 35 to 40 players who are always making cut. Look at these top players; they never miss cut.
You're left with only 10 positions now.
You're left with 10 positions, and you have to compete with another 90 to make those 10. So you really have to elevate your game if you have to make cut now on the PGT. And not easy at all.
That's very well put, actually. So if you're looking at those 10 positions, you're really looking basically at, if you'll have to be 1 or 2 under par for the first 2 days to be able to be on the cut line, no matter which week you're playing.
Exactly, you can't quite.
There are anomalies where there'll be, cuts going over par, but those are only anomalies.
But even if cuts are going over par, these players would still be playing well. Like if there's a tough golf course, you can't quite help it. Sometimes the golf course is extremely difficult. As we look at Karandeep on 16, really needs to reel off a good drive here. Yeah, he's happy with that. He's plucked his tee and he's gained some length. I think it might be possible that he can indeed reach this green in 2.
He will definitely be trying to reach it today.
Yes,
there's no doubting that. So we take a look now at Bhullar, who is also now 1 shot away. In fact, Shamim Khan has made a birdie on the 16th hole, ladies and gentlemen, and moved up to 13 under
Quietly
par.
creeping up, and Gaganjeev would be really angry with it.
He's like a silent assassin, isn't he, Shamim Khan?
It's going to unleash a big one on this high left to right fade into about 310 yards. Should leave him with maybe a rescue to the green if he can bomb this one.
Yes, he's given it all he wanted.
You can make out he didn't hold back on that one.
Absolutely, he's given it all. Shamim Khan, what a silent assassin he is. He's 13 under par now. 69, 70, 69, and now 5 under par for this final day.
He can get there on the green. He's made a birdie on 16. He's moved to 11. Maybe make an eagle here.
Well, absolutely, that's a breather for Abhijit Singh Chadha. Much needed birdie there for him on the 16th hole. He seems to like it.
That's a good, really rebound after hitting that.
Yep, seems to like that one. With enough speed on that. Rashid Khan, another player who can totally get up onto this green, especially for the high launch that he gives to the ball.
Yeah, but it'll be difficult for Rashid to get to the green because of his shot shape, right to left. He does roll it a lot.
He's actually changed that. Now he's started to move the ball left to right. He's actually worked for the last 2 years only to try to change that into a fade. I spoke to him at a tournament at the Delhi Golf Club a couple of months back, and he was saying that he's remodeled his complete game to hit a fade off the tee and also hit a fade with all the clubs. That's Akshay Sharma on our screens. Currently at 12 under par, coming on to the 18th hole here.
Maybe if he can make a deuce, get this ball straight in the hole. It's on the back edge of that green. So he will not be winning this tournament, but would be having a great week nevertheless.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we will still have to wait and watch as Akshay's last 2 hole score is remaining to be told to us. So we don't know what he's made on the 16th and the 17th holes, which could well be 2 birdies. You never know.
Yes, we'll soon find out.
The 18th has a tough lag location today, 28 yards from the front edge and 6 yards from the right.
Aman has hit a big drive here. This is the territory of long hitters. He does have although he does have a very good smash factor. He's really able to get that ball high and running.
Interestingly, I have never played the Patna golf course, but remember we've spoken earlier about how the golf course that you grow up in actually shapes the kind of golf that you end up playing. And Aman, for that matter, has grown up at the Patna Golf Club, and his dad has taught him a lot of golf. What a superb shot there by Aman Raj. He's all of about 12 feet away, uphill look at that hole for birdie. And having said that, Patna Golf Club, I believe, has got a lot of trees. So off the tee, you have to hit very high tee shots to cover those trees to get to the fairway. And that probably is the reason how and why Aman actually launches his tee shots really high. In fact, his irons as well. So his, in fact, it's not like a gradual high. So his ball actually comes out pretty high from the club face itself as it starts. So over the last couple of years, Aman has also picked up a lot of yardage. Has got that ball flight a little bit down than before. But actually, hitting the ball high is a big advantage if you want to carry the ball far.
Yes, you're able to stop it on a dime, and that's what matters.
Amritlal Akshay Sharma and Aman Raj walking now on to the 18th green. Akshay with a long attempt for birdie over here, but my hunch says that he's going to go for this one. He will not be holding back on this putt for sure. He knows he has an outside chance to win this tournament as we speak. A prolific golfer from the Chandigarh Golf Club. Winner on the PGTI. Left to right break, a big left to right break on this putt, but it's going to be very, very slow. I'm sure Akshay, being his home course, he knows the line and the speed, both of them. He got enough speed on that one. Has he got enough speed on that one? He's got enough speed, but maybe a tad extra line. Akshay will have to settle for a par here on the last. Let's find out what he's done over the last two holes. Has he put himself in the mix over 16th and 17th or not? He yet to figure that out. Amritlal, well, looking to finish at 10 under par. This will take him a little bit up from the tie for 12th position, maybe move to a solo 12th position, maybe move to a solo 11th position. Completely depends on how the rest of the players finish over the last 3 holes. But looks like he is going to try to get this birdie in. It's currently at 9 under par. Amrit Lal from Chandigarh. As you have enough pace on that one, another putt that comes up short on this hole. If you take a look at Aman Raj putting for birdie, currently at a tie for 32nd position and a total score of 3 under par, 4 over for the day. On hole number 18, 72nd hole for this gentleman and this tournament of his. Final hole of his Chandigarh campaign. Seems like that didn't really turn the way he was looking forward for it to. Amrit Lal there also cleaning up for a par here on the 18th hole. A good week for Amrit Lal, finishing with rounds of 69, 68, 71 and most likely a 71 today as well, unless he made birdie on 16th or the 17th. For all of you who must be just joining us now for this live telecast of the 4th round of the Jeev Milkha Singh Invitational 2022 presented by Take, a leader through 15 holes of the final day is Chikkarangappa from Bangalore at 14 under par. Shamim Khan at 13 under, tied alongside Gaganjeet Bhullar at 13 under par as well. Om Prakash Chauhan has also steadily crept up at 12 under par for a tie for 4th position. Akshay Sharma as well at 12 under par, alongside Jamal Hussain Maula, Kalin Joshi, Karandeep Kochar. Long list of players here seem to be just one shot adrift from each other. As we take a look at Rahul Gangji on our screens, who is currently at 11 under par for the tournament.
Rahul Ganji with a decently big drive. You can see that 150-yard marker, about good 50 yards behind, so we'll only have 100 yards to the front edge and maybe about another 25 to the flag, going with the pitching wedge here.
That flag stick 28 yards inside, that should be nothing more than a gap wedge for Rahul Gangji.
Shamim not making birdie on the 17th, unfortunately.
Well, that still leaves him just one shot shy, but he would still have the next hole to take care of.
I think it's imperative that he birdies the 18th. Without it, it's I don't see the leaders. I don't see Chikkarangappa dropping shots on the last 3 holes. Worst case scenario might end up at 14 under par, but a birdie is imperative. As we have a look at Jamal, who's done so well at 12 under par.
Jamal 4 under par for the day. Really relentless golfer, isn't he?
Yeah, he's been the most impressive. He's been very consistent. I don't know if he plays on the Asian Tour or not, but I really feel that this is the time that he must take that step. He has a very consistently good game, always shoots under par. This is the kind of game that can yield a lot of good results on international tours. What a brilliant shot right there by Jamal. So he should be able to make his birdie and move into that tie for 13 under par.
You never know. These guys could just be forcing a playoff here at 13 under par. You just never know what's going to happen.
Yeah, you can't quite predict what will happen. Colin Joshi at 12 under par. He would also need to make birdie to move to 13. So it's very interesting what is going on here. Jeev Milkha, unfortunately, that bogey.
Rahul Gangji aiming for that flag stick.
I think this is the best angle.
Oh, he likes it. I think he likes it. Is it good? Or is it good?
Well, we'll soon find out.
Colin Joshi. Oh, what great, 3 great golf shots over there. Rahul Gangji and Jamal Hussain both primed up for birdies. Colin Joshi coming up a little bit short, but still would have a good look at birdie from about 20 feet away, all the way uphill to the hole. And hopefully he's one of the first few who can get it up to the hole over here. As we wait for this group to now come up onto the 18th hole. Green, the final hole of this tournament. On the 17th now.
We had that discussion that, we're seeing the cuts go lower and lower and the scoring as you're seeing so many players under par. It's obviously the competition that fuels this kind of scoring because, humans always have the loss aversion theory, as they say in the prospect theory. Losses loom larger. Nobody wants to miss the cut and they know that when the best players are in the field, the standard of golf. Surprising that...
I don't know if you remember, he's going with a hybrid. He went with one yesterday as well, laying it up, giving himself a full shot into the green. That's what Karandeep Kocher's game plan is over here. Seems to like the line that he's taken today.
That's a prudent approach. If he knows that he can't get on the putting surface, then why take that risk on?
There's this theory that you will become a faster runner if you run with people who run way faster than you do, right? And I think that theory applies over here as well. That the better the field you see, the better the scoring, and you see the entire field of the PGTI coming up, and adding to it.
Coming off a birdie of 15, of 16, mind you. Now Buller, he could seal the deal here. What do you think with this drive?
Well, very much. If he was to get after this one, it seems like a
Not
late
happy,
finish there.
Yeah. Asking for it to be soft. I think he's pulled it a tug.
Yes, I think he left his weight way behind over there, trying to get
Yeah.
it too high,
Exactly.
and must have pulled it in the bargain.
Yeah, that was
That left side isn't a friendly place here on the 17th.
not a synchronized swing sequence. I think he tried to force it too much.
Yep, I think so. Probably should have tried to just get one emulating like the 16th hole, where I think he fired up one really long one.
Chika now at, I think the
Kocher
door-
has also made a birdie on the 16th though, and moved up to 13 under par, so he's also well within one shot now.
I think almost everybody in the top 10 making birdies on 16 now. The door is wide open for Chika now. If he can hit a good drive, he's obviously, I think as far as length is concerned, he's as far as Gaganjeet Bhullar.
Absolutely.
Very fit individual. A lot of speed that he can generate with those fast twitch muscle fibers. Something that I would know very minimal about. Look at that, giving that lash.
Get right, get soft. That's what he's talking to it.
Right, gets off. That means it's in prime territory, maybe about 10 to 15 yards short of the green. Go back to hole number 18.
Fortunately, I think hopefully we haven't missed the putts of these gents.
Jamal to move to 13 under par and in tie for third. I think that's is certain that he needs to move to 13 under par if he's to get any of those world ranking points.
Well, also coming off birdies on 16th and 17th, they're trying to finish up with a triplet of birdies here on the 18th. Jamal Hussain, one of the finest shots you've seen so far on this flag location. Unfortunately.
What an unfortunate miss right there.
That putt actually appears to break a little bit from the right to the left, although I think in appearance of the putt, it seems like it'll break from the left, but we've seen all the putts so far have actually curved up a little bit towards from the right to the left.
Unfortunate miss for Jamal right towards the end.
Kalin Joshi putting for par. No trouble there for him.
So now the stage is set for an exciting finish. Only two groups remaining on the golf course now. The penultimate and the leader group. Chikarangappa at 14 and Gaganjeet Bhullar at 14 under par, playing hole number 17, the short par 4. This is where fortunes will be decided.
Can totally turn around. Things can totally turn around over here. Bogey and birdie, none of them are difficult out here on the 17th hole.
As we have a look at 18.
Abhijit Singh Chadda on the left side of the fairway today, keeping it short of the bunker.
You're probably going with a 3-wood off the tee.
Impressive stuff there by Akshay Sharma, who has finished at 13 under par for the tournament with a birdie on the 16th. 4 birdies in a row, 13, 14, 15th and 16th to finish at a total score of 13 under par.
Brilliant showing by him.
Amazing. In fact, even Shamim Khan with a 5 under par on that scoreboard so far. He still has this last hole remaining to play played. Abhijit Singh Chadda coming from the left rough. Pretty good angle for this flag location for him. Needs to involve some amount of soft drop and some amount of spin on that ball. Chadda currently at a tie for 8th position at 11 under par for the day. One of the players in this group has already landed up on the green, but about 60 feet away from the flag. Chadda making his way up onto the green here, about 20 feet away from the flag location. But a good shot nonetheless from that place, nestled up in that rough situation. Smart shot to have played by Abhijit Singh Chadda. Another iconic tournament that will be coming up this year will be the first edition of the SSP Chaurasia event at the Royal Calcutta Golf Club.
This promises to be quite the event. As we have a look at Rashid Khan, who's in the fairway on hole number 18. Rashid currently sitting at 11 under par. Good effort by Rashid on this final day. 3 under par. He's pacing it up. That's surprising given the fact that now they have the rangefinder. He's still sticking to the book and the old style. I like that. A traditionalist, it seems.
That's a long way down the fairway, though. That's a big drive there by Rashid Khan.
Yeah, that's probably
He's probably about 60 yards away from the green.
Is that a drive? That's something that we will need to ascertain, because if that is, I doubt that is, because he's almost there on the green now. I think he's chipped out. He seems maybe only about 30 yards short. I really doubt that a ball.
Probably could be our lack of information. We'll find out soon.
Yeah, because he's just barely chipping it on, flipping it on the green from there.
More like pitching it on, but nonetheless. You don't want to chip with that hazard in front. You'd rather be pitching it.
Yeah, I think he's definitely there in 2. He's not there in 1.
Would be coming up short, about 20 odd feet.
A little bit of work left for his, we assume.
I wouldn't be surprised actually if that's his drive. I think he very well has the power.
No,
although
but even if you look at Cullen and all these guys, they were about at least 30 yards short of there. So I really doubt that a ball will travel 360 yards.
Yep.
Unless he's hit a high draw over the trees and I don't know, got a favorable bounce.
Are we looking at another playoff coming in 6th time in a row? We've had
Sure looks like it.
Gaganjeet Bullard and Chikkarangappa both tied up now at 14 under par after that birdie on the 16th. We'll only know what's going on the 17th. A mystery when it unravels. Chadda trying to make a birdie on the last hole here to move to 12 under par and finish in a red figure for the day. Unfortunately, not having the best of his showings today. Can this putt go in and give him a bit of a breather? Shamim Khan coming up just a tiny bit short of the hole for birdie on the 18th hole.
But Shamim giving it a good run, ending his week at 13 under par. Unfortunate not to have birdied one of the last two holes. He did so well to reach this mark, but just coming up shy.
And just an amazing bogey-free round nonetheless. I was expecting him to make this final putt over here. And just a stellar showing by Shamim on this long and arduous golf course at 69, 70, 69 on the first 3 days and 5 under par today to come up with a total of 13 under par.
It's been long overdue, though. We've seen him on the final days. He's not quite lived up to his standards, and
Definitely.
at certain times he's even capitulated. So at least this time we see him making amends for all those times that he's not performed the final day. This will do him a world of good as he moves into the bigger tournaments towards the end of the year, and obviously the final season ender. As we have a look at Abhijit here.
And Chadda close in with a birdie and finish at 12 under par for the tournament. Chadda coming up just short of the hole there. Quite a bit short actually. He'll have about 6 feet to take care of to make a par on the last finish at 11 under par and finish a round of even par for the tournament for the day.
Rashid Khan now on hole number 18 to try and save his par, we assume. Just about skirting the hole.
Gave it a good run though, didn't he? Chadda has some work to do now to save his par on the last hole.
So are we going down the rabbit hole of a playoff again, Rahul? I think 17th would definitely see one of these players making a birdie. Gaganjeet obviously got into some trouble off the tee. It seemed that he pulled it to the left, but owing to the short distance that he would have to the hole, he can still maybe get himself close to the flag. And
that's the thing, you can't really tell what is happening on the 17th hole, but it could well be an interesting turn of events, or it could also be two birdies, you never know.
Chika seemed to be in prime position to make a birdie. So
unfortunately, Abhijit Singh Chadda missing that putt for par on the last.
Would move to 10 under par and in a tie for tied 11th alongside Amrit Lal and Khalil Joshi. So I think Chika might make birdie. Let's just wait and watch. It could be interesting. If it comes down to the final hole, there's no other hole that you would want to play to try and determine the champion. This is a nice hole for risk and reward. The players will be forced to go at this flag.
Shamim Khan still about 3 or 4 feet away for his par putt on his 18th hole. Jamal Hussain was closed in with 12 under par on that scoreboard. Om Prakash Chauhan as well closed in at 12 under par with a 6 under par bogey-free round today on the final day. Stellar showing by OP Chauhan as well. Unfortunately, Shamim Khan, very unlike him. Unfortunately, that will not be a bogey-free round for Shamim Khan. He would have finished at 4 under par for the day, which leaves him.
That was definitely a self goal if I've ever seen one. There seemed to be a lack of focus, or I think sometimes when you think that you're not quite going to win, then you just try to finish the putt as a mere formality. Unfortunate. Unfortunate disaster on the last for Shamim. I think that was definite cause of the adrenaline sort of flowing out of the body after being in
think you're
contention
absolutely right.
for 17 holes and thinking that you're going to win the tournament. When the realization dawns that you're not going to do it, then you just sort of zone out a little bit, and that can be costly.
Well, I think he's just still one shot away, and I wouldn't be surprised if 13 under ends up making it into the playoff as well. You never know what's really going to happen till the end of it, do we? So,
Yeah, so we were discussing, the scores.
yeah, so Shamim, of course, has finished at 12 under par now, owing to that three-putt on the last hole. But, I think Karandeep Kochhar and
I think that's,
and Akshay
you know,
Sharma, players at 13 under so far aren't out of the game yet. Even the players who have finished,
I feel, that's being rather optimistic. To
rather
be honest
optimistic,
with you.
definitely.
Because if you have the likes of Gaganjeet Bhullar and Chikkarangappa at 14 under par with an opportunity for birdie and 17 and then the 18, so I think 13 under par is safe to say that they are out of the tournament. But
I
it's
think
rather disappointing to think of Shamim. That's a costly putt both in
I
monetary
think
terms.
both even Chadda for that matter. Chadda has been struggling with his putting today from hole number 1 onwards, and really speaking, it's quite a heartbreaker for him as well to have finished this day today at 1 over par with the position that he started this on. I think it's quite a heartbreaking moment, finishing at a tie for 9th position. He was leading the way after 2 days.
But just for our viewers, just to get an idea, I know that putt, I'm harping on that again. That miss could be costly both in terms of position and financially as well. He would have finished maybe in a tie for third, and now he's in a three-way tie for fifth. So that's technically fourth. That's the difference between the third and the fifth position. So a lot of prize money. That putt is a costly miss.
Absolutely, no doubting that each shot on the Pro Tour costs the player quite a
Especially
dearly
if you're playing a big tournament like this and you're in the top 5.
Yes,
that
so
can hurt.
Yep. So it always matters. Each shot matters in pro golf, and this is something that is going to be costly. But I think, having said that, Shamim Khan coming off with bogey free till the 17th hole, 5 under par, finishing the day at 4 under par, and a total of 12 under. I think I wouldn't be surprised seeing Shamim pick up a victory very soon in the next couple of months, and all those struggles could actually be put to rest.
Yeah, there's so many good players who are knocking on the road. Jamal is one that always comes to mind. Even previous week, I thought that he might be the one who could push Yuvraj all the way, and he did. He just fell shy by a solitary shot. And this week again, he's in the mix, and he's done so well. And Shamim has been playing well for 3 days. Obviously, he's keeping up with the younger lot as well. And
Most definitely. As we now go back to the 18th hole, the live action happening over here as we await the leader group to arrive.
हाँ जी सर ठीक है वाइड वाइड ओके ओके ठीक है सर.
Now back to the 18th tee. We are updating the latest scores. We're waiting for the updates, and in the meanwhile, we'll have a look at Karandeep, who's trailing these two players by one shot at least after 16 holes. We'll soon find out. You can also gauge a lot by the honor who is going first on the tee. So that will help you determine, because the best players, best scores on the previous hole tee off first. So.
Well, clearly, leader group has now arrived onto the 18th hole. Karandeep Kochar, who has the honor over here.
So that means Karandeep Kochar has made a birdie, and he is at 14 under par.
Well, that's just a judgment call from our side, but
that's a conjecture, and I think it's it's a good likelihood of it being true, because he was if I believe he was the last to tee off after the other players, or was he the first to tee off? Or it could be that all of them made a par, because I think he teed off before Gaganjeet.
Right, Karandeep Kochar has tied Bullard at 14 under par, while Chikkarangappa has dropped a shot on the 17th to be at 13 under par. So two players now going into the 18th hole at 14 under par, and keeping the tradition of this tournament alive. So you never know, we might be heading into a playoff unless one of them makes a birdie.
The two things that have happened. One, my assumption was correct. Second, I'm a little befuddled. What Chikkarangappa did after that fantastic drive, how could he make a bogey?
Well, I think sometimes what happens is that on the 17th hole, if the drive even drops in the fairway, the line seems right, you could clip some branches, or you could run to the other side of the fairway, and anything can really happen over there.
So as it turns out, both of the players that we said would win the tournament are neck and neck. The score I had stated was 16 under par. Player I had picked was Gaganjeet Bullard.
Absolutely.
You had picked Karandeep Kochar, and you had picked 17 under par. So as it seems, it's more likely that I win on both counts this time, my friend, because 16.
Well, you said 16. There's no chance you're winning at 16 because no one's going to 16.
15 is
unless one of them
16,
holds his second shot.
15 is closer to 16 than it is to 17.
Wow.
Okay, Gaganjeet, easy does it. A nice little fade, 320 yards.
Still,
seems to
a lot of hang back there. A lot of hang back.
That's something that not quite seen before. He's not transitioning to the left side as smooth as he does normally.
It's a very detailed view of a golf swing by you, Shaurya.
Well, those who can't do, as they say, those who can't do teach, unfortunately. So, as they say, practice what you preach. So we do none of that. Obviously, Rahul is a renowned, upcoming, very good teacher.
Renowned or upcoming, they don't both go hand in hand.
I'm kind of confused what to call. I can't really wax eloquent of my co-commentator. Let's just call you a teacher. Otherwise... And I'm learning by looking at these players of how the brilliant players do it. Look at Chika; he would be really down on himself and should get a blistering drive here. Look at that!
God.
Look at that!
Really lashed at that
so
one.
angry at that bogey on 17.
I think he's lashed a little too hard on that.
Yeah, it looks like that. You can see the anger.
Are those worried eyes?
The eyes that portray consternation. He's just exasperated by what has happened on the 17th. I hope he makes birdie here. If there is to be a playoff, he should definitely be there. He deserves to be there. This should be a trio that goes to the playoffs.
Superb crowds here this week at the Chandigarh Golf Club. Always manages to pull all the members and the patrons of the club out here to enjoy a sunny day of golf.
Well, very rare that the entire leader group is together. They bunched up, they've had a similar day, and they might as well, all three of them, end up in a playoff.
Absolutely. Seldom do you see this kind of stuff happening on any of the tours for that matter.
Brilliant display of golf by Akshay, and Om Prakash Chauhan is quietly shot a 6 under par and moved to tied 5th position.
एक बॉल है ना, ये ड्राइव है
ये नहीं पीछे वाले
उधर तो मेरे को मालूम है वो दो पड़ी है बोले ये जो सामने पड़ी है जो सफेद सफेद दिख रहा है डंडे के पास लाल डंडा दिख रहा है ना उसके साथ में जो सफेद
पता नहीं बोला क्या
नहीं बॉल नहीं है इतनी लंबी ड्राइव नहीं
हो जाती है
ये तो बॉल जीत गया जिसकी बॉल है
Look at the size of those sizable galleries. That I've never seen galleries this
Chandigarh
thick and
Golf
deep.
Club, Chandigarh Golf Club, always manages to pull in good crowds. There's a lot of foreign golfers in this city. In fact, Chandigarh Golf Club is one of the busiest golf courses in the country. They have the maximum amount of tee times that take place on a weekly basis, and goes to show that the city actually loves the game of golf, and that's why they're out there.
I mean, this is a marquee event, and this is a marquee gallery. Look at that; it almost looks reminiscent of a PGA Tour event. Fantastic. It must be really exciting for the players to be in the heat, in the center of the action.
Seems like Chikkarangappa has overcut his drive over there, but should be fine as it appears. Must be in the second cut of the fairway. Gaganjeet Bhullar striding down the fairway. Should be in pole position here to attack the flag.
Seems rather relaxed, almost strolling down the fairway. Chikkarangappa striding down.
Well, make no mistake, all these players are seasoned professionals, multiple time winners. I don't think that they're going to be feeling like you and I would if we were leading the tournament. They'd be pretty easy at this juncture.
You can understand at the end of the day, they would be still a lot of emotions. I'm certain that Chika is hot under the collar right now.
I think the players who've done this over and over again and they've won multiple tournaments, one of the things that they get really good at is to contain their emotions well, especially when a situation like this arises. And I think that's what these players are really emulating over here. Chikka has found himself in the second cut on the right side. Karandeep Kochar appears to be on the left side of the fairway, most likely in the fairway itself. And Gaganjeet Bhullar seems to be right next to him. Chikka trying to see if he can find a way to get this ball close to the hole. Although, let me tell you, this is going to be a difficult shot for Chikka as he has no room on the green to pitch it and stop it, especially coming from that rough. So he will have to use a little more speed from those wrists under the ball if he wants that ball to bite on the green.
I think the ball is visible if that is indeed the ball. So that is a good sign if that is the ball.
Well, even if that is the ball, there's enough grass, tall grass between the club and the ball to imparting spin, and there is no dropping area over there. You remember that the hazard runs all the way to the back side of this green. If the flag was on the left top of the green, that would have been an easier shot for Chikka at this juncture. There is no other option for him but to attack.
I think he got too aggressive with the upper body and ended up coming across it a little bit. And
well, there is no other choice for him right now but to be really aggressive with this shot.
Do you think it's prudent from this rough to try and just go at the flag line? I still feel maybe 7 or 8 feet left.
Well, I think
give yourself a 20-footer.
I think he will still give it a shot to be slightly left of the flag, but nonetheless, even if he wants to go slightly left of the flag, it's still a very difficult golf shot.
Yeah, because but we've seen, today we've seen balls from that rough. They pitch like Jamal, I think we had looked at, was able to stop it. So if Jamal can stop
but the angle Jamal came from gave him way more room on the green to work with, right? So he had a lesser carry of the hazard available to him, while Chikka has got more carry of the hazard as he is absolutely in line with the flag.
If he can stop this ball within, let's say, about 2 yards of it pitching, maybe just aim... Unless those trees, overhanging branches are a factor, which they don't seem to be, but now this angle gives you an idea. I don't think he can even see the flag from there. I think he's too far right. So,
well, yes, he can definitely see the flag, but he will have to aim a tad bit left of it. Maybe cut across the ball a little bit and have some chop spin on it. That'll be helpful.
He's really left it a far way behind as well. I think has mishit the drive. It seems to be 130 to the front and 155 to the flag. So maybe a 9-iron.
Seems to be making an aggressive swing at that one.
Yeah, it's gone over the green and overcooked it, and that's...
that kind of had to be the thing coming up from that place on the right rough. It is a very difficult shot indeed. As we now move on to Karandeep Kochar, who's getting ready for his second shot on the 8. There we have it. That is Chikka's ball over the green. That'll be a difficult chip-in attempt as well. That's a lot of break from the left to the right, and with a little bit of a slope also to be taken care of right in the middle. Well, I've seen Kocher make a birdie here earlier at the same tournament. So, can Kocher actually get this ball close enough to the flag location? I think he's going to try to put this about 6 feet to the hole onto this left side.
It's going to be a very interesting shot to witness. It's now it's finally become match play between Kocher and Gaganjeet Bhullar on the 18th hole, and both are in pole position.
As he got enough on that ball. What a golf shot by Karandeep Kocher. 6 feet right off the flag location. Downhill putt for him.
Gaganjeet Bhullar will have to dig deep and showcase some of that champion metal that he has. You know, he's a prolific champion. He's done this many times. He's done this tango many times over. Now let's see how he deals with it this time. I suspect that he's going to answer Karandeep in kind.
Blow with a blow, is it?
Absolutely. This is the heavyweight championship that we were talking about. Finally, it's clear who's in the red corner, who's in the blue corner. And let's see who prevails. Is it going to be the experience or is it going to be the exuberance of youth?
It's up in the air and that'll come up a little bit short, but still a really good shot there.
I think that's a better...
Yep, 12 feet for birdie.
Give himself a good uphill putt and he'll go before Karandeep. So.
Well, we'll find out who goes before actually. We can't really quite tell from this angle, but it appears like Bhullar will be putting first. And if he does, who has the advantage? Only time will tell. Ladies and gentlemen, please brace yourselves and hold on to your seats as the action here is about to unfold. We have it, the lead group here making its way onto the 72nd hole of the Jeev Milkha Singh Invitational 2022. Karandeep Kocher at about 8 feet for birdie here on the 18th hole, tied with Gaganjeet Bhullar at 14 under par. Bhullar at about 15 feet from the flag location. Chikkarangappa over the green, trying to make a chip in, really getting readied up with that line.
After 71 holes, we still don't have a clear winner. It's so interesting, this tournament. It always brings the best out of all the players. It has a history of going into playoffs and seems that it might well be the case this time again.
Chikka will have to, if he really wants to hold this one, he will have to pitch this ball up above that apron and let it spin from the left to the right.
But all said and done, this, I know, weird as it may sound, this is a holeable shot because you leave it to the left, it is downhill. If he just runs it by, at least it has an opportunity because there's not too much break and it's consistent from that side. The speed is good, a little downhill.
Ladies and gentlemen, make no mistake, my commentator is really making it sound much easier than it really is.
No, I'm not making it sound easy. I'm making it sound possible. It's all in the mind, my friend. You'll see it, and Chikkarangappa is a champion. He'll give it a run.
Well, these guys are good and they can do anything, and I think Chikka definitely has the prowess to be able to make this chip. Let's see if he's able to get that club under the ball the way he wants to.
The reason I say it, because it is a break from the left to right. So you just leave it on the left, at least it has a chance of passing the cup.
Last time I remember, you were finding it difficult to make chip putts from the front edge of the green.
We're not talking about me, my friend. I think something is disturbing Chikka. What kind of chip shot do you think he'll hit? One of those runners or?
No, he needs to get this club under the ball with a slight open club face and pitch it above, past that apron so that the ball takes a little bit of a spin from the left to the right. And that's the only way for it to actually release up towards the hole. If he does not pitch this in the correct place, the ball will never catch the slope and the spin.
I think that's from his rehearsal. You can quite well see that that's the shot that he is going for.
There is no other way that he can actually try to chip this one in. He can try to get it close in many other ways, but not chipping it in. Did it spin off to the right? Did it spin off to the right? It didn't really catch that.
Look at that!
slope.
What a brilliant shot right there.
Lovely shot.
You know, he left it on the high side, gave it a shot, and that's all you can hope for.
Absolutely, I think
And had a lot of spin also on that.
he didn't get enough of that left-right spin that he required to begin with. But great shot nonetheless by Chikka there from the back of the green here on the 18th.
Well done by Chikka. All said and done.
Absolutely, seems like a putting competition now between Buller and Kocher.
Reminds me of last year's tournament between Rashid and Shiv.
Well, that was really, becoming a putting competition. Ended up into a playoff. Let's see if this putting competition can yield us a winner. So appears that it is Karandeep Kocher who will be hitting his putt first. As Gaganjeet Buller seems to be rather relaxed at this moment. Yep, he's definitely waiting for Kocher to attempt first. Interesting last hole here. Makes for a great viewing for all of you here watching this on ABP Live or watching it there at the golf course. Either way.
Should break a little bit from his right to left. You've seen players miss this putt a little bit to the right, overreading it.
This putt actually does not break too much. This is very much like a putt on a string, like a left inside or a right inside kind of a putt. We've not seen much of break on these putts today.
We've seen players missing it on the right hand side, so it does have a tendency to fool the players and confuse them. You see.
Kocher hopefully can take advantage of that being his home ground. Can Kocher make this putt and move to 15 under par and lay some pressure on Gaganjeet Buller? Yet to be seen. Has he got it? Has he got it?
That's very unfortunate, leaving it in the jaws.
Well, that's still about 6 inches short of the jaws, though.
That's just not what I'd expected. I think that's.
Well, he knows he's
not
made
happy
probably
with
a bit of a
that,
blunder there.
Gagan would feel like he dodged a bullet. The door is open for him, and it was right on line, and that's what can happen sometimes when maybe you think too much about the line, you forget about the speed.
Well, the stage is open right now for Gaganjeet Buller to make this putt. If he doesn't, this will be another historical moment here with the
Another
5th
playoff.
year in running for a playoff in this golf tournament. Can Gaganjeet Buller close this and not let that tradition of the playoffs go on?
Gaganjeet has bowled a lot of great putts over the years, and especially when the heat is on, when he's under the cosh, he's been able to come up trumps and always has the answers. Let's see if this time he has the answer.
Gaganjeet Buller will be a champion of the Jeev Milkha Singh Invitational 2022. Finishes up at 15 under par.
My dear friend, they don't call me no clairvoyant
You
for no
win.
reason. I told you Gaganjeet Buller is going to do it. Fantastic.
You win, sir.
Fantastic win by Gaganjeet Buller, and what a performance by young man Karandeep Kocher.
I have to say this has been one of the best weeks that we have seen so far on live coverage of the PGTI. It's such a great competition this entire week.
The metal he showed, he didn't take too much time on that part. He knew his routine and just went for this.
Now you're really pushing it, aren't you?
I'm milking
You're
it, my
really
friend.
pushing it now.
Yeah, fantastic performance. What an event! This event always comes up with a lot of drama, a lot of intrigue, and eventually you do have the cream rising to the top.
Chikka Rangappa now
Opting to keep the flag inside.
trying to finish up his campaign here. Yep, Chikka with a superb par here on the 18th hole. Chikka Rangappa would finish at 13 under par. Karandeep Kocher would be at 14 under par, finishing solo second. And Gaganjeet Buller finishes up with that birdie on the last hole to finish at 15 under par for the tournament. Ladies and gentlemen, Gaganjeet Buller is this year's champion of the Jeev Milkha Singh Invitational 2022 presented by Take. This would conclude the live coverage from the golf course. As we move on now into the prize presentation ceremony, this is me, Rahul Bajaj, signing off alongside my co-host Shaurya Singh.
Yes, please stay tuned. The prize ceremony will be coming up shortly, and I hope you enjoyed this week's golf coverage, and we'll see you on the other side.
We surely did. Thank you so much.
मोनू हैंडल कर ले मोनू एक हैंडल कर लो इसको कर लूँ खड़ा हो गए सेम थिंग
Hello.
Ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon. What a splendid week. I think time really flies. At the beginning, I was a little worried, especially on Tuesday when there was rain. I mean, seeing the last month and the pattern, we thought we'll be in for a bit of a troubled week, but fortunately the weather god stood by us. We had the cream of Indian golf here this week. All the top Indian professionals playing this week. I think apart from one or two, I think we had full attendance. Congratulations, Gagan. Splendid victory, my friend. I guess well deserving. We've broken the jinx of that playoff. I guess a lot of people say, "Is why the playoff nahi hoya." I said, ask the player. I'm sure that he's very happy and content with that. But some fantastic playing by Karandeep and Chikka. Hard luck, guys. There's always the next week to look forward to. That's what we always say about golf. So wish you the very best in these coming few weeks and months till the end of middle of December. I'd like to thank Mr. Srinivasan, who's been a great supporter of Indian golf and Professional Golf Tour of India. Especially the professional players, sir. Thank you very much for all your support. He not only is the sponsor, but also the joint president of the Professional Golf Tour of India. So thank you very much, sir. This means a lot to us. I'd like to thank my friend Jeev for being here this week. He flew in all the way from Japan just for this tournament, and he flies out again tomorrow. So Jeev, thank you very much for your presence. I have to thank Chandigarh Golf Club for being a host partner, for a venue partner, and for the golf course, for the hospitality they have actually given us, the professionals and everyone included. I think it's fantastic. The President, Mr. Colonel Chair, thank you very much, sir. Captain Biru Sibia, entire committee actually, for allowing us to have this event on this golf course. It means a lot because it deprives the members. So I'd like to thank the entire membership for their patience and understanding for being off the course for these few days. It is tough for a members course, for the members to stay off. So thank you very, very much. I really do mean that. There are a lot of people who actually work behind the scenes in making an event a successful one. I'd like to thank Sandy Gill here, who's actually been instrumental in tying up everything with us with regard to the FNB. Thanks, Sandy, wherever you are. There you are, my friend. Thank you. Sandy, of course. I mean, I know Sandy. Sorry, I beg your pardon. He's laughing there. I guess I'm a little confused with my other friend here, right here. Colonel Jawal, thank you. And I think there are a number of people whose names I will probably forget, but everyone instrumental in making this event a success. Thank you very much from the bottom of my heart. Aman, Fateh, these guys actually work behind the scenes on the FNB part. Thank you very much for all your support. I'd like to also thank the entire media, the print media, the electronic media, our social media, our television guys who actually do the live streaming the last 2 days. So thank you very much. I think we're just stopping the game in that. We look forward to a fantastic balanced part of the year. Enjoy the rest of the afternoon. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I'd now like to request Lieutenant Colonel H.S. Chehal, President Chandigarh Golf Club, to kindly say a few words.
Good afternoon, everyone. What a lovely afternoon it is today. We have to thank the PGTI, Take Solutions, and the players who participated, and of course, Jeev Milkha Singh, on whose name this tournament is. We thank everyone, all participants, and all, of course, the press, which has given us a lovely coverage over the week. Thank you, sir, for bringing this tournament to us. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I'd now like to request Mr. Srinivasan HR, Director, Take Solutions Limited, and Joint President, PGTI, to kindly address the gathering.
President Chahal, Captain of the Chandigarh Golf Course, my good friend Jeev, Uttam, ladies and gentlemen, It's with immense pleasure that we've had the 5th edition of the Jeev Milkha Singh Invitational Golf Tournament. And this is possible due to the blessings which are still being showered on us by Milkha Singh ji and Auntie ji, and I want to recognize their blessings at this event. First of all, my congratulations to Gaganjeet, champion golfer. He pulled through with grit and determination in the end. And my commiserations to Chikka and Karandeep, fought very well, and I know that Shamim and Akshay and others did very well on today. But obviously there has to be one winner, and he's a very deserving winner. Thank you very much, Gaganjeet, for putting up the show that you did. Today, we celebrate the champion golfer and the champion sportsman that Jeev is, and what he means to this sport in the country, and the ambassador that he has been. We at Take Sports are very fortunate to partner him for the 5th year, and we hope to do it every year in times to come. We recognize his contribution, his achievements as a golfer, his being a role model to a lot of budding golfers, and the way he exemplifies in conduct both on and off the course. And it's always a learning for somebody like me to come and watch the humility and the dignity with which he carries himself, and he carries this event on his shoulders. I have to recognize the Chandigarh Golf Club, the president, the secretary, the executive management, and all the course workers who did a fantastic job of putting this event together. And of course, the PGTI, I think Uttam and the PGTI staff, this is a very emotional involvement for them with this event, and I'm very grateful for always the support that I get from the PGTI. Last but not the least, all my fellow PGTI players, thank you so much for coming here in large numbers and actually displaying your skills. I think it was one of the best events, and we look forward to making it better and better in future. Thank you so much, and have a lovely afternoon.
Thank you, sir. I'd now like to request our tournament host and Indian golf legend, Mr. Jeev Milkha Singh, to kindly share his thoughts.
Good afternoon to all of you. 5th edition of the Jeev Milkha Singh Invitational. It wouldn't have been possible without the support of Mr. Srinivasan, Take Sports. What Mr. Srinivasan's done for golf in India, I think will be remembered in the future, because we need people like him to come out and make this game grow in our country. Thank you, sir. I would like to thank the president, the captain, and the committee of the Chandigarh Golf Club for the hospitality they've extended for this event. This is where I started my game, and this is where I learned. And I had a dream, which was to go out and represent India and make the country proud, and this is where I had the opportunity to do that. I would like to thank PGTI, Mr. Uttam Singh Mundi and his team for making sure that the tournament is run smoothly, for the players who've traveled from all over the country to give their best performance. Thank you. I would like to thank all the players for coming out, because without them, this tournament wouldn't have been a success. I would like to thank the greenkeeping staff for coming out and making sure every day in the morning the golf course is in excellent condition for the players. Congratulations to Gaganjeet Bhullar. What a performance.
Karandeep, Chikka, fantastic playing. I think the standard of Indian golf is the best right now. Thank God I'm not playing with these guys. And at last, I would like to remember my parents for giving me this opportunity and get me out here on this golf course to follow my dream and start this game. Thank you. And good afternoon to all of you. Enjoy your lunch, and we'll see you next year again. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We now begin the prize presentation ceremony, and we have the best performing amateur to be awarded first. And I'd like to request Mr. K.S. Sebia, Captain Chandigarh Golf Club, to kindly present the trophy to the best performing amateur this week. That was Aryan Rupa Anand, with scores of 74, 68, 77, and 70, and a total of 2 under 289. It's now time to present the check to the runner-up, and I would request Colonel H.S. Chahal, President Chandigarh Golf Club, to kindly do the honors and present the check to local lad Karandeep Kochar, scores of 65, 70, 68 and 71 for a total of 14 under 274. He takes home a check worth rupees 15 lakh. It's now time to announce the winner, the grand prize, and I'd like to request Mr. Jeev Milkha Singh and Mr. Srinivasan HR to kindly jointly present the giant check and trophy to the winner, who also ended India's victory drought on the international stage this year after 4 years. He's won his 11th PGTI title, Gaganjeet Bhullar. Scores of 69, 65, 68 and 71 for a total of 15 under 273. His experience coming through at the end. Gaganjeet takes home the winner's check worth rupees 22,50,000. It's now time for the customary winner's speech.
Thank you, Nikhil. I would like to thank Chandigarh Golf Club. Jeev, sir. Thank you so much, sir. You've been a great support for the Indian golf from the last so many years. First time I met you was back in 2012, and you had bought a team from Chennai. And that was your introduction to golf. And till date, you are one of the biggest sponsors for Indian golf, PGTI. Thank you so much. Jeev, sir, you have been a big inspiration in my career. I've seen you watching, I've brought up by watching you on television. You know, there were so many instances when you have personally inspired me to go out there, give my 100%, and that's what I did actually. And in fact, today on the 18th hole, I was remembering what you told me years ago, that never say die, go for it, and the rest, everything is in God's hand. So that's what I did today. And lastly, Karandeep Kochar and Chika, these guys played like a champion today. I guess I was just a little lucky on the last hole that, that putt went in. But otherwise, guys, congratulations. You guys played like a champion as well. Thank you.
Thank you, and congratulations to the champion once again. We are now coming to the conclusion of this prize presentation ceremony, but before we wrap up, we'd like to thank Mr. Jeev Milkha Singh, Mr. Srinivasan HR, host venue Chandigarh Golf Club, all committee members and members of the club, and our presenting partner, Take Solutions Limited, as well as our tour partners, Tata Steel, Rolex, American Express, Amrutanjan, Fruitnik, Electro Plus, Golf Plus Monthly, and Athletic Drive. Thank you, and look forward to seeing you next year.